chill. It's like he's normal guy, guys. What are you
Well,
talking
yeah.
about?
I was
And they're all just
about
giving
it.
him the eye,
oh,
like
we're fine.
fuck.
Well, speaking of that, welcome back. We're here with episode 31, not really tied to any particular season, but technically season 6, but it's just the wrap-up session. We're going to wrap up some loose ends, go through the doc made by the wonderful Kier Nimbus, as just so we can all be on the same page of what we might need to discuss and in what orders. I've been going through it as fast as I can, but there are a couple things I want to make sure we get in the right order. Because we kind of ended last time touching on different pieces of things, alluding to things that would happen a little later down the line. Obviously, after the party had defeated Thea in the final battle in Hell, they did have to rush out and try to defeat her as she was trying to pull apart the Weave. They managed to be generally successful in what was the actual final boss fight. They were able to do it without that much issue. That being said, they stopped her and they got to see her unravel before their very eyes. After that, the city was able to the world itself was able to kind of fall back into the natural rhythms thanks to the Seraphim kind of putting a little bit together, and then the party primarily jump starting that process for not just only the Seraphim to put it back to normal, but also for the rest of the world to start rebuilding things in the city and going back to what would be as close to normal as possible. After that, they were going to go on a massive vacation for 2 weeks, but I wanted to put a thought into people's heads that if they were to go on a vacation for 2 weeks, they don't know for sure how long that would be in Hell.
Well, I was hoping we'd get some stuff done before the really fun vacation.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I just want to make sure
some loose time.
that's on the same thing with people. Okay. That sound good to everybody? You guys know that.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, that was my opinion, but you guys.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. I didn't know if everybody's on the same page with that, but if people are good with that, then I'll say after about maybe a day and a night of rest and kind of just not relaxing, but just decompressing is probably the right word out of everything that just happened, and then kind of finally getting a chance to maybe mourn some of the people that have passed and connecting with the people that are still living. That's when we'll probably turn to you guys as well as Silver Lady and Thalia re-put back together, and you see that like a lot of them still have injuries and stuff that Ambrose has helped them, but everybody just seems very sore and very tired. You guys probably included. Monroe is there, Minerva is there, and Arugi's there. Clay, some of the peacemakers are there. Some of them have already went back to make sure things are good in Karana. But yeah, the general's there as well, and that was probably be as this room comes to be. It was planned to discuss what the next steps are to making sure things are okay. Because Earth seems generally good. It's just going to be a slow process to rebuild. But Hell would probably be the main thing on your guys' mind right now. That, and then maybe dealing with Zach. Up to you guys.
Yeah. Ashley definitely would have been very busy and probably not forcing anyone to want to have to deal with it, but like with the other Desire Demons and the Four Horsemen, definitely trying to figure out how to bring some order back to Hell.
Famine is there as well, by the way, because he did come with you guys to make sure that last part was finished. His other siblings giving him their blessing. So now that you guys are kind of in one of the Silver Tech buildings above ground, and you're kind of just having a little bit of a talk around what is a conference table. There's like some snacks and some food, some water, basic drinks and stuff like that. Nothing alcoholic.
Really loud noises of construction happening outside.
I guess.
Sorry, Kier.
You're good.
When are civilians allowed to come back into the city? Or are we still waiting this week, like this or next week, till we let civilians back into the city?
That might be a point of discussion.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, you might want to talk that.
I thought we had pre-planned that, so I didn't want to start saying anything if people were like, that's not the plan.
If we did pre-plan that and we wrote it somewhere, I need to find it.
I
Or
don't
we
think
we never
I
planned
don't
that
have it in my
because
notes.
I think that was one of the things, like, we don't know what's gonna happen, so it was not on our to-do list. And we can say, like, somebody brought it up in a meeting one time, we were like, we won't know until we can assess the damage,
We were
so it's
expecting
not fair to do
Earth
it.
to die,
Honestly,
so
we should
didn't
just-
want to plan too much ahead of time.
Well, we
Let's
didn't
just-
we didn't plan to go to hell, and yet we did, so
What I wanted to ask is, if I recall correctly, when I addressed the horsemen about like wanting to rule over hell, they didn't seem like very keen on that, right?
They didn't seem. They kind of avoided answering directly.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't seem keen, and
And-
some seemed more keen than others, and some seemed a lot less keen than others. Death was the one that you're like, I don't really know where he stands. War seemed semi-interested. Pestilence seemed not very interested, and Famine seemed not interested based off of conversations.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ashley's been the one that's kind of been like, yeah, we should make a council all together, and we should rule together and figure this out together. And it's the horsemen that have been like, we'll get to there when we get to there.
And right now, Ashley isn't having a say in that talk because the Horsemen are the only ones there.
In hell.
The Horsemen are
Oh,
only
okay.
people you know with authority that are still in hell, and they could be doing whatever they feel like. Because every day passes could
Yeah.
be a very long time.
I was gonna say because I kind of wanted to do that sooner rather than later.
Yeah. That's why you guys are discussing this like the next day.
Well, I guess I'll kick off this meeting because, frankly, I don't have a lot of ties to hell in the same way that a lot of other people do. Really, the only thing I care about
Thanks.
is making sure that the flow of souls or whatever is corrected. Because I don't want freaky zombie people again. No offense,
Yeah.
Puddle Boy.
No, that's pretty fair.
I'd say he'd probably be there too. He and Nep.
I want my earrings
hope.
back.
That's the first thing on your mind after everything that happened yesterday,
Well,
Arya?
you guys. Well, I also feel bad because we did promise him, and now we didn't keep up with that promise because Thea was trying to kill the world. Besides, I'm not good at the whole demon leader and what council, who should be on the council. I just say go with Pride and the council, and that's it.
Okay. Just
But
to
I'm-
clarify for those of you who don't
Not great.
want in on this conversation or are just gonna let me do shenanigans in hell, I think it would just be best if there was an actual council in place, which means like a bunch of people on the table talking about how things will get done. And yeah, some of those conversations and arguments might be a little hard to have with some people who are a lot more prideful or angry than others. But
And a lot more
it
bloody.
sounds like it might be able to get a lot more things done for a lot of different residents in hell versus having just one person leading, which obviously has never gone well.
Also, to answer your
Uh,
question, Jeffrey, as far
yeah.
as we know, people are not still coming back to life, but we haven't had anybody die in the last 24 hours, as far as I know. We'd have to
Cool.
send some people out, see what the rest of the
Got
world
it.
is doing. Well,
didn't,
you know,
didn't
people
birth
statistically are dying
stop
all the
as well?
time. They did, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, births have stopped. So, Athena will pipe up. Has there been any spontaneous births that have continued?
I mean, no. It takes usually 9 months for something like that to happen.
Spontaneous births.
No, I mean from births that were in the midst of happening. Has anyone given birth to a child that was in the midst of labor as soon as it started?
Not that we know of. Usually, children would just come stillborn instead.
So
Got it.
let's send out our first word. No one's heard from us here in the city. And maybe we should, I guess, let's not get too excited yet because it's just the day after and we don't know how things stand. But let's at least send some word out to the rest of the world and ask these questions. It might be a little hopeful for them to hear us asking these kind of questions, but also still pacing this a little better so that we don't open up our borders quite yet when we don't know what else could happen.
I think part of it is going to be we need to make a formal address to let people know that we're still working on it. Things are better, but we're still working on it.
I think
At
we
this
also need-
point, sorry, but I mean, hell is not a secret anymore. What kind of communication are we gonna expect between the two places? Like, I don't. This gets confusing for me personally.
Great question.
I think
I
it
think
partially
making
depends on
sure-
how easy it is to get in and out of each one.
And I think we need to make sure we keep up this balance of dying. We've already heard that it can go pretty bad, and we've already seen firsthand how bad it can go if we don't have that cycle in place. But
The easy world that people do not have to die. As we are about on that technology now.
I don't know how I feel about that. Dying gives life purpose.
Yes, that is why I have not
I think
made any push forward to it, but I figured with this gravity of the conversation, it'd be important to build up.
it, even though this conversation is a tough one to have, you're right, Silver Lady. We have the technology that keeps us living for a very, very, very long time. And some of us with our own special things and quirks are going to live a lot longer than what used to be normal.
If it isn't already
Right.
obvious, I'm not a particularly fan of it either. I agree with Jeffrey.
I think Jeffrey is the headspace we have to stay in, though. Death does give life purpose, and now we've been, I guess, given the choice when to do that.
I don't think we should have a
Saying that.
choice. Like, I understand that there's a lot of reasons you'd want to keep the connection open between Hell and Earth, but I think we should close it.
No, I think so too. I just think we're living a lot longer, that this cycle isn't going to be the same ever again. And I think if we can build Hell and run Hell in a little bit of a better light, then it's going to be a good cycle to keep up.
You mentioned, though,
I don't
Ashley,
think we
that
should
you wanted
do
to go
that.
on to a council. Are you just going to stay in hell then?
No, I have lots of places I gotta be, and Earth is my Earth. I don't think I'm
Course.
ready to, I guess, die yet, if that's really where this question leads to.
Well, if you need to go
Um,
into hell, or several of you do, need to make sure you can get in and out.
I guess from my point of view, I just don't think that we should. I think we should try to keep this thing like how it was. We've done something that we're not supposed to. We've come back when we weren't supposed to. I'd rather keep it so that more people don't end up in a similar situation to us. I've lost all sense of time. I could be 1,000 years old. I have no idea.
Yeah, I think I'm just speaking from a demon's point of view, and us desire demons don't really die, so we'd have to be able to maintain things. And the general is bringing up an exception that I think I'd want to make sure we can agree upon.
I think if we are to go back into hell, it should be very, very limited. This isn't something that we should talk about with the general public. It shouldn't be.
Or a one and done sort of thing. We go in
Yes.
there, get things organized like we've done here, or at least those that want to be a part of that, and then call it a day and never look back.
It should be up to whoever is in hell to rule it. I don't want any part of it.
It's fair.
Neither do I.
Though it would be good
don't
to
know if I
know
could do
who's
that.
running things down there because, you know,
If we
don't want
suddenly in
anybody
100,
scheming as
if we
much.
suddenly in 100 years have an enemy that we were not expecting, might not be the most ideal thing. That's the only thing I care about.
Something that I worry about is that if we supplant a leader in there, and there's a
No,
bunch
and
of
that's
demons that don't
why
want it,
We shouldn't even talk about that. There won't be a leader. There can't be one. Not in hell.
well, you're
It's not
talking
gonna
about a
be
council, right?
a group of people. Yes. I
Well,
think it
who's
has
gonna
to
be at the
a group of
top?
Powerful people. There won't be a top. There's just a table, like us, like the Monthly Misfits.
But we don't
I'm not
rule Uniforta.
No, but we help run things, and sometimes we might do the thing that doesn't look quite right to get things done, but we always have the people's lives in mind. And I feel like that should be the same in hell. We're gonna have conflicting people on this council, but that's the point. They can have a discussion. It shouldn't just be up to one person. It shouldn't be up to just two. It shouldn't be up to whoever's the most powerful. It should be a group of people talking about other people's afterlives.
That's why I think we shouldn't meddle with it.
But
Haven't you all already
that's
meddled with
our
it?
afterlives as well too.
And look, I hear you, but as far as I'm concerned, right? Either we go in there and we choose people to be the voices, which causes its own problems, or we let it sort itself out, and it goes back to
It's not
natural
gonna
order.
Sort itself out. It won't. I know hell too much now. You should too, actually, Jeffrey.
What I know is that that place had a group of leaders. Now, they weren't working together, but there were multiple people in control of different areas, and it was fucking chaos.
No, there was one person in control, and the others were trying to take back parts that.
And it still
wouldn't
was
have always
fucking
had a say.
chaos. Zach was
It
in control.
literally chaos.
You don't know a time before that. Things were
Well,
in
we know
order.
A time before that,
Alright, well, how did it work back then?
they separated everyone. That's why Coilum was a thing, and the rest of Hell was in layers. The King of Hell was, I don't know, elusive, I guess, and those of us who were in power, like me, like Sadie, were able to wreak havoc and do whatever the fuck we wanted.
At the time, the ruler of hell was the Ancient One. The one that controlled everything. They were more powerful than gods. But Zack managed to trick them. At least, that's what it seems like. Before that time, everything else was let to be ruin or whatever it wanted. And if you swore fealty to the Ancient One, your civilization was considered safe. More and more people kept coming to the Hell City. That's why it's so large. But it also housed all the souls that died. The Four Horsemen were to help protect that order, as well as
And
others over
everything was
time.
that bounded them elsewhere, because people didn't want them to usurp that power.
There was no usurping. Not when the Ancient One was there.
Right.
I respected their rule. All of my siblings did. I want to go back to at least see what has happened there. I don't
think-
necessarily want to be bound to one decision before I've seen what it has happened.
I think more than
Like anyone in hell.
anything, those that want to go back should go back and focus on the promises that we made. We made a lot of promises that we went through in order to get where we did, in order to get to Thea. What Hell does and what they do, and what the horsemen do and the other demons, maybe we can help them and support, but Hell has to make its own choice. We can't control that. Because if we're controlling our afterlife, we might as well just stay alive.
I'm not trying to control that. I hope you guys don't think that that's what my words were saying.
No, but
think-
there is a level of fear of what the afterlife is. And after what we've seen and what we've gone through, yes, I can understand wanting to make sure that it's in order and maintained. But at the same point, you have to be careful, because when you do that, you run the risk of basically just making another Earth. Making it the same as what we are, and hell is not. And we know that. And I
do
know
not
you
think
know that.
we have a worry of it becoming Earth. I think you have a duty to see, observe. Make sure there is no threat that Daria is worried about. Make sure
I agree.
things stay separate. But this is a time of union. Things will become closer than they ever could be. This is a time of change.
I agree.
You have all
I think
changed
us-
the world. All of them.
I think us demons have done a lot of shit to hell, and we can now do a lot of good. And that is definitely helping hell get on its right foot.
You're not wrong. If that is where you want to go, Ash, I completely understand.
Is
if-
Kari still alive in there? What did he...
In hell,
Yes.
their items are kind of just taking their time, I guess. We'll need to figure out bodies we can bring them back into.
Well, he did rule loosely over Kokera for a long period of time. I'd think
Yeah,
he
we're
should
not
probably
giving
be in the
Pride
mix.
Full power. I just think the Desire Demons in general can be on this council, along with the Horsemen, and a few other demons that. we
If you
never
think
went
about
for.
it logically, anyone that would want a stake in power should have a chance to do so. And they probably will get to that conclusion regardless of your help.
Right. I think I am still part of those people you just spoke about.
Then are you going to be in hell? I don't imagine you're going to radio or video in.
No, but I can go back.
And how is that to be done? As I
The help
assume
of
the doors
Horsemen?
are closed.
Ash, I think what everybody's understanding here is if we go in, there's a potential we can't come out again.
Getting out should be
You
fine.
guys, sure, but
Death sent you all through before. Getting in, I don't know how to do.
Could die.
Hmm. No.
I don't want to do that again. Please.
I feel if you're going to do it, you need to do it right. Dying seems like a way that would be disrespectful.
The only
Ambrose,
other
can't
way.
you
I'll
portal?
probably ask Leo, and we have other people we can talk to here. I get that if you guys don't want to go to hell, that's fine. Don't go to hell. I'm doing something different here, and that's okay.
Well, then we're back at square one. I don't want anything to do with it. You can figure it out.
That still doesn't
If-
solve how you're getting to there.
Ambrose, can't you portal? We had that whole freak
When-
out because you.
When the doors of death were up
Portaled.
and about because they were ruining our layers.
It's not impossible, but it definitely drains me anytime I have.
Ah.
There's
I'll
kind of
get
a
help from Leo. I can figure something else out. Us
I don't
Desire
think-
demons have different thoughts too.
Uh,
Different ways that we've
Purple,
gone in
correct me
before.
if I'm wrong, but Leo couldn't exactly dip back into hell, correct?
He kind of like hell
He could
skimmed.
he
a
could
little
hell
bit.
skimmed, yeah, but he never went fully back in.
Yeah.
Ash, I'm not trying to burst your bubble with Leo, but as far as we're concerned,
I'm
he's
also
only
right
ever
here.
skimmed.
Oh,
Yeah, but
fair.
still.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying this is a discussion for me and a bunch of other people. If you guys don't know, you don't need to know now. We'll figure it out.
Ash.
So I do want to help. I find it very useful to kind of have tabs, not necessarily full on tabs on hell, but knowledge of hell would comfort me, I guess.
Then
It's-
I'll be sure to update
You still have
Mom.
the connection with this
Well-
death, right, Mob?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say next. I do still have the ring, though the connection isn't as helpful sometimes.
And Ash, I'm not saying I don't want to help or I don't want to know. I just want to make sure we're not trying to control it. That's my only worry.
I'm not trying to control it.
I
I
understand.
think we're all kind of done doing all this bullshit anyways. We just need to make sure it doesn't go wrong again, because I also know we don't want to have to deal with it again.
Well, that seems
Okay.
like the job for people who know more. So, I suppose anybody that feels like they would have input on it should go, but I don't. So, I'll stay in the city and try to help rebuild while you're doing that.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
I will go to sea.
What? Mom?
Thanks, Enrique.
Yes, Arya.
Do you still have the connection thing from Captain Andre?
I'm not sure it'll connect. Is that
Yeah,
out, I guess?
tried.
You try to connect and you pull out the little hologram. It goes like a searching. Unable to connect.
Dang.
So I thought,
Yeah. Let me try something. If you don't mind, of course. I'm gonna take the little device thing
Mm-hmm.
and
no, it's mine.
click. I'm gonna take the device and I'm gonna sing a little tune that I feel like is reminiscent of hell, almost like my own little hell tune from like
Screaming
deep
and
in my
torture. Got
gut.
it.
No. But it's like nicer.
Gotcha.
I'm still gonna make it sound good, you know. But I'm gonna try something like that, like a hauntingly beautiful tune to
Okay.
kind of connect with hell and like see if it reaches into this little device so we could have a hell connection.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a persuasion.
Why?
Because there's no such thing as free.
All right, cool. I just need to get a bad roll out of the way.
Nice.
That's still bad, but that's okay.
Yeah, you know. Wasted a 13.
I did waste it.
You see, it takes Arya a moment. But you see the device. Not a great connection, but you do see not Captain Andre at the moment, but you do see from a device is the one little small one.
No, not the bad English.
I don't speak English at all.
Oh no.
Well, if you look at that, connect.
It froze.
It's not the greatest, but I tried.
That-
Andre,
I did.
can you get hit?
Got it. Got it.
He said got it. I think he got it.
He seems like he can't hear you.
Not
Oh.
sure he can hear you, Arya.
She hangs up. It's like I tried.
It was a good attempt. You can maybe
At
try
least
again
we got
another
a
time.
semi connection.
You want to try the ring then, Mob, that you mentioned to death?
Yeah. possibly do that. It kind of just mentally sends me to, I guess, his office.
Do we want to have Athena connect you then and broadcast what you're seeing? So at least know what the conversation is.
With your permission, of course.
My privacy. No, it's fine. I'm fine with the broadcasting.
I connect to everybody's brain cells.
So
You'll
I'm
be able
assuming
to-
I'd only be asking how we would get back into hell.
I would assume as much.
If there's like maybe another way besides asking him every time, or
Hell,
We don't have to make too many trips. We do want this to be a one and done situation.
A concise
As
situation.
mentioned before.
Yes.
For you guys, I might be going back more often.
Yeah.
one big trip and little frequent trips here and there.
I mean, I feel like it would be a good thing for us to have an easier connection to hell if needed. It's not like we need to use it all the time, but
I think it's gonna be a very strenuous balance, though. We can't go there often because we don't want to ruin life and death. If the word gets out that we're going in, we're gonna have exactly what Jeffrey was talking about. I don't think anybody has expressed interest in letting that out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we
it's
might
only
be
if we
doing
need to
other
put our-
crazier things, and no one needs to really know what we're up to, so it's fine.
True.
It's still a worry. I think having a connection or communication, like what Arya just did, and potentially what we're going to do through the ring, would be good. If we need to go in, then that can be something assessed with whoever we are communicating with at the time. But that is a later. We should focus on the one and done for now, and see if we need to do extra little walk-ins later.
I'd almost debate that consistent communication would be more dangerous, as convenient communication is often the way the information spreads the fastest. So having a frequent or infrequent trip for us might be more monitored. For instance, if Ashley were to go once a month, or something of a similar fashion, perhaps that would be a lot safer than having, even though I would believe it would be possible, a communication across realms. I think I would have to talk with Ambrose about that quite a lot before I could come up with something. But I
Well-
think that would be more dangerous. Think about how much information spreads just on Earth, across countries, across borders.
I wasn't meaning constant communication.
No,
A
but
little.
having access to it. It's much more
True.
trouble to make a trip to somewhere to see what's going on and keep bits of information to one's own mind, opposed to having it be traceable or lost to the public.
Kind of gives a bit of a nod. Fair.
Demon printer.
I'm just more worried about if, say, Ashley does go in once a month and something goes wrong and we have no way of telling of her just going in. And maybe she's going in with a group of people or things like that. I just worry that there is a chance that something could go wrong and we're not aware of it.
A demon fax machine.
Well, according to Ashley's plan, I don't necessarily agree with it, but it's not my place. According to her plan, they'll have people there to handle the problem. If something is that wrong to begin with, then that's an institution that we wouldn't be able to deal with either. Right?
I think that makes sense. And also, if it's a world-threatening problem, or if a multi-world threatening problem, I think we'd all want to know about it.
Know about it. Yeah, we'll know about it because of the council being set up.
And, maybe under the right circumstances, we have one person that's allowed to come here. Same way that Ashley's coming over. The way it's, a fair deal.
I suppose we'll leave that up to the council, as we're calling it.
Yeah.
Because, again, I don't want to make that choice. But I think you're right. Having
A balance.
a representative on each place is probably a good idea. Because I don't know how old you're gonna be, Ashley, but I'm probably ballpark another 500 years, something like that.
She should live forever if all things go right.
Right. Desire demon. We'll be fine.
Fortunately, you are dating a robot.
1,000.
Thanks, Arya. The prospect from both of you guys is. I'm grateful.
Wait,
Well,
you're
anyway.
only gonna live another 100? Ashley, you should know better than that.
I think you're right. Having a representative on both sides is probably good. The issue is that having it in a key clearly was a fucking bad idea. So we need to find a different way to do that.
I agree, Israel.
It's got to be on the person somehow, and not like an object.
Well, I'm very familiar with both Cortez and Ian's functions, and they are both very capable individuals. I would not see it as a problem if they are not opposed to making it a part of them.
Wow. Them being the people that. I think we could also figure out a different, more hell solution to this. But we should definitely go talk to the people in hell.
That
They'll
is true.
have some other ideas.
There also is a prospect, I'm assuming, of technologies that I do not know about. They might be more suited.
Right. I think we could do something a bit more demonic instead of robotic in this case.
That is true.
Okay,
I
so
should
it's settled.
introduce you to Captain Andre. Think you two would get along.
Perhaps I should tag along for a multitude of reasons. But also that I believe Ambrose, you and I will need to make some bodies for Kari and Ras.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Was
say
Mus also affected?
all of them except for Ashley exploded.
Right.
But we don't have like lusts.
And,
That was directed to Ambrose, right?
The
All
thing-
of them.
Creating bodies.
Oh yeah, we need.
But if
bodies.
Ian, you wanted to say that again?
I'm just saying not all of them exploded.
They're not all, what? They exploded?
Not all the bodies exploded.
it's a long story.
Well, I will have to review the footage when Ian is ready to post that together. At some
It's
point,
processing.
I would assume
He's
he did.
editing it.
Ian has also found that there's like a weird like speed thing because of like reality warping going in and out of hell, like fuck the speed of the footage at certain points. So he had to like manually go through and like edit time signatures to not be either super fast or at 0.5% speed. Which was annoying.
Yep.
You know, he's still
Trip
currently
to
editing.
hell. Trip to hell 8 times speed. Reverb.
At points.
Well,
Yeah.
let's figure out how to get into hell then, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you wanted to do that.
Go ahead, Mom. Oh,
All right.
Death.
I can make
What?
brain cells harder.
Boop 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 boo doo.
Boop, boop.
That's stupid.
I'd like to imagine that
No,
Kelly
but
still uses Skype.
yeah, that's because fucking pisses everybody off on purpose. They use Skype. You see though, as you are kind of connecting, the ring glows and it spins a few times around you, getting warm, and you hear not quite a ringtone, but more of like a rattling of bones to make a chiming, more of a.
Like a bone
No, it
wind
is the
chime.
Skype one. Just
Always one with the themes.
It's a bone chime.
And you see that you
I
are
mean,
kind of
Lame.
in the half there, half not there space that the closer you walk towards something, the more it materializes in front of you. You see as you walk forward a little bit, you find the familiar receptionist, the very dapper looking skeleton in the suit with a slightly feathered collar, but instead of a purple suit he was wearing, this time it is a full red suit with pink pinstripes. and a bright pink tie. Hat is more of a less of a fedora, but more of a bowler's cap. And you see the suit looks to be a little bit more old-fashioned, despite the colors. You're back. I see.
Yep. Just gotta talk to Death real quick. Like,
He is quite
now.
busy these days. I
Oh,
hope you know.
absolutely.
You
But,
know, back taking care of Hell is no easy
Exactly.
task.
That's exactly why I need to talk to him so that we can kind of work with him on that.
And why might that be?
Well, I mean, we kind of worked with him to like stop Thea and all that. I'm pretty sure you're informed, but still, it's.
I may be.
Could you just get him?
Yes, please take a seat. I'll call your name.
All right.
See that as you sit down,
Say
the waiting
thank
room starts to
you.
materialize around you a little bit, and you see there is a few other souls that are just sitting there. They look kind of distraught, and they look over and see a more physical person. One person looks really confused, a little nervous.
First time, huh?
Oh, good.
I've always wanted to use that.
Stupid.
Oh my
I
god.
love it.
It's just like the awkward silence, and it's just like.
You see the person
It's
pauses.
I'm dying,
I'm
huh?
gonna smack you when you get out of that break.
You see the person pauses, looks around, looks at you. Am I not supposed to say yes to that?
Right. Dying more than once is abnormal. Anyways,
Are
you
you
know.
implying you've died multiple times?
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of close calls. And actual deaths that like kind of happened and then didn't happen. And then I died in a different world, but I was still alive in this one.
Steiner, please don't break this guy's psyche. You broke it.
But I'm sure that won't happen to you.
I mean,
You
I'm
got
dead, right?
Yeah.
Hey. So what does that mean?
Not really. Well, I'm not death, so I can't tell you.
Who are you?
But I'm sure he'll help you out. I'm the Silver Mop.
Who?
Oh, I assumed you'd actually know that. That's fine. I'm like a superhero.
I mean, I don't know how long I've been dead. I've been in this waiting room for what either feels like a few minutes or a few millennia.
Oh no.
When was he born?
What by chance, what year were you born?
2020.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna get some. Is there like a like door to the office or something like that?
Not that you can see, but the room isn't fully materialized. You have to like walk towards it to be able to see.
Right. He's just gonna like kind of walk past the reception desk, and just kind of like
Where
go
exactly
in.
are you going?
I just need to pop in real quick.
You can wait your turn.
Right. Yeah. Of course. Absolutely. He's gonna walk by and
You
open
see,
the door.
you see,
Or find the door.
you see that you try to find the door, and you just feel like you're slowly just keep moving towards the waiting room, no matter which direction you walk. You see, fortunately though, 10 minutes later, your name is called.
Oh, thank God. I was assuming stuck there for years.
No.
Oh, it was terrifying.
It's like right at the point where you all were all getting like a little worried. It was like, oh, okay.
So how's your day?
Steinar.
Keep on talking about these guys about death.
Steinar Stevenson.
Yeah, that's me.
Come to the front, please. Death will see you now.
All right.
Good luck, Steinar.
As you walk over, you see that a door materializes over behind the reception desk that wasn't there before. A pure black door with etchings that remind you of the Doors of Death. Step through it, and you see that you step right into what seems to be wherever death is in hell, which seems to be a sort of half-destroyed palace. You don't know if you're actually there. It doesn't feel quite physical, but you see that death is standing, looking over the broken wall that kind of looks down into the part of the city of Hell City that seems to be a little bit more floating and not complete pile of a maze of rubble. And it kind of looks out into the distance where things are kind of being partially put back together. And it seems like it's just death. The view is actually beautiful, a little blinding because of the direction, but it's not a clouded, destroyed wasteland. You're not exactly sure how much time it passed, but it seems like a decent amount.
I was wondering when you'd all pop in. How are things on Earth?
It's only been what, like
a day,
like
24 hours.
A day. Okay. It's only been like a day, so we're still rebuilding and working things out.
As
Felt
we
like it
are
would be a
here.
good time to discuss with you and also figure things out and help out in hell as well.
A majority of things have been started to figure out. It's good to know, though, that the time dilation isn't quite as extreme as it was. It's been...
How long has it been for you?
It's been 5 weeks since you all left.
Which, opposed to multiple months, was 3 hours. That seems like that was most extreme. That's when you guys, were in hell, defeated Thea, came back out, 3 hours had passed.
Mm-hmm.
That's like considerably less.
It's not bad. So we just needed to figure out how to get back into hell without actually dying.
You needed to. Without dying.
If there was any other way.
I'm sure
I
there are
suggested
many.
dying, but they didn't seem to want to do that.
Well, if you die, you'll have to stay here, of course.
Fair point.
I'm assuming, if they're that Ashley wants to be a part of it.
Ashley's definitely the big part involved in this. Arya says hi. But I'm but just helping. I feel like a few of us are willing to help out as well.
What do you mean by help?
I'm not sure exactly. Unfortunately, I'm not, even though I've been to hell twice, not very knowledgeable on how everything works here. But if you need any assistance, is the thing.
Do you think enforcements from Earth would sit well with the people here?
Bringing people to hell? Wouldn't that be a bit too involved?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it would be a good idea. Ashley might get by. But then again, depends on if she can remember her manners.
I'm sure Ashley will do great.
You don't have to be that worried. I'm sure she won't kill you. Speak honestly.
That is honestly, but
I'm
I get
only
that you're
joking.
kind of joking.
I'm only joking.
Yeah.
We've been through too much not to, I think, at least communications open with you and I and your group. Mainly because my dear sibling is with you. And I understand they want to be
something a bit different from what they have been. But we have instated a sort of leadership. I don't want to say ruler or any kind of king or dictator. More a simple guiding force. One that is offering to put things back on track. So far, it seems to do well. I am willing to help you all come here. But you need to understand there are certain customs of hell. If you try to change them, there will be a bigger revolt than you have ever seen.
We're not looking to change everything. We just believe, the chaos that Zach had, thrown hell into could be adjusted a bit.
I see. Have you dealt with
It'd
him
be-
yet?
Do we have Zach?
Literal day, death. Just a
He's
singular
in
day
the
for
Shadow
us.
Realm still because we haven't gotten to him yet.
Oh, right. Okay, I remember that.
It has been
now,
less than 20
Yep,
hours.
yep.
Death.
Okay. Well,
And?
we haven't gotten to it. Kind of
Ah,
still only been a day, but
I thought you
We're-
would have been a
we're
little
pretty-
bit more productive.
oh, we are.
A
It's
whole
hasn't been a.
day.
You see
It
Death,
hasn't
you
been
see
a-
Death smiles again.
I mean, it hasn't been a.
I don't
Few
think
weeks for
he
us.
understands time.
I feel like we can wait on that one.
Oh, absolutely, because I still aching. Um,
I don't want to go. We can wait, right? How long can we wait? Start asking how long we can wait.
So, I think the biggest thing is I can safely bring you into hell if Ambrose and I can connect once again.
oh, I'm sure that's a possibility.
If he can connect, I can make him more physical. Then he can put a portal here to walk through. Getting out is easy enough. You've seen me do that before.
Right. It probably won't be all of us, just to be fair. Like you said, it would be a bit
Oh, it'd be a bit
nerving
crowded.
having all of us go. But
I would
you
like
know,
to see everyone at some point, but that is when business has been taken care of.
absolutely. We could have tea time anytime, especially since I'm kind of have the ring as well. But still,
I
Yes.
love tea time.
so should we just get that started now, or
Unless you have other plans. Want to laze about for another day or something.
we have a vacation set up eventually? But I'm sure we can get this done. Um,
Then yes. Tell Ambrose I'll be searching for him.
gotcha. Okay, Ambrose, you hear this?
Yeah, I just had to roll my d20 to make sure that I'm good. 20%, I'll take it.
Thumbs up.
We good.
You see a door opens up behind you. The same black door.
Oh, and just so you know, that guy's been waiting there since 2020. Should at least
yes.
see
No,
him.
he's going to stay there forever.
What'd he do?
You don't want him.
Oh God. Okay.
He started COVID-19.
He puts his toilet paper facing inwards.
That bastard. No.
He doesn't use toilet paper at all. He wipes
Oh,
with a
God.
towel
Ugh.
and leaves it there.
I was gonna be like, if he
That's
uses a
how we
bidet,
die.
it's fine, but it's still weird.
No. Anyway,
He leaves.
you head back through. You go briefly into the waiting room before you are kind of almost, that like sleeping and you feel like you fell. That's what it feels like. You fall back into your body.
He falls out of his chair.
Oh goodness.
Haven't done that in a
Are
while.
you okay?
Nothing. Nah, it's fine. y'all already heard all that, so yeah, death searching. So we could probably whoever wants to go, like right now,
Yeah, I'm ready.
or
Okay.
Let's figure out
Oh,
who's
should
all
ask
going in.
Andre.
We know Ash is going in. Ian.
Are you?
I want to go.
While everyone's
What?
figuring that out, I guess I'll reach out for death.
Sorry, Ian, did you say yes or no?
Hell no.
Want to go? Yeah.
Hell? No.
Jeffrey, you're.
Yeah, exactly.
Minion
Thank you,
stay
DM.
behind
Wait.
and help
Jeez.
rebuild stuff then.
Yeah. I'll start the initiative on it anyway. I'd be more helpful here than in there.
Yes, I'll stay here and help that get going as well.
Yeah.
You're the last person we want in hell, Thalia.
Silver Lady wanted to go.
I will
to
need
hell,
to. I will
right?
grab a few things. I just want to make sure that I am aware, and if there's anyone that wants to communicate technologies, I will do that. And Ambrose and I can put a few bodies together. I'm sure as well. Give me one
Oh,
moment.
yeah, I'm
And she walks
assuming
off.
you
Need
want to
bring
go,
back a good amount of people.
Arya?
What?
Are you wanting to go?
Yeah, I have a promise I need to fulfill.
And Mop is
yeah,
going.
I'll probably stay here. I want to help, but I don't think I'll be much use.
Cortez?
Nothing is left for me over there. I'll stay here.
Ambrose?
I figured that I didn't have a choice.
Well, you're given a choice right now. Do you want to?
What? You could
I
open
think that
the
was- I
portal
think
and
it
allow
was-
people through,
Was that
but you don't
Ambrose
have to
responding or
go
was that
through.
Zood responding?
Sorry, my voice is not the best right
Confirmed.
now.
Because two people responded in different ways. Kira responded out of character, and Moogle responded in character. So, was that in character, Zood, or out of
So,
character?
man, it's hard to do a deeper voice.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Use coffee.
Soon.
Yeah, sorry, I'm here.
Was it Ambrose or you?
Well, I originally intended it for Ambrose to say
Okay.
it.
Okay. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't just open the portal and allow them through, or allow the connection to flow through you to let them through. Whether you want to go or not is completely up to you and yourself.
If we're going into hell, I might as well tag along. Who knows what might happen?
And I will go as well.
Awesome.
I will go if I'm needed, but otherwise I'll stay here.
Sounds good.
Ambrose, do you believe that we'll have... Oh, that voice is too many people in the same room.
Bring
Ambrose?
There he goes.
Ambrose, do you think that we can put the brain into things
Oh,
easier
not.
without
Okay. Well.
without it, Tina?
Okay, well.
Fuck, are you planning on bringing your fucking lab? What the fuck?
Well,
Woman.
we need to put people together,
Uh-huh.
and we need to make sure that we can do so. And so far, Tina has done it a lot in the past.
I feel like it's possible without her.
If you are confident.
If worse
majority-
comes to worse, I can always just.
Yeah, you're not
Astral
working with
project and
souls really this time. You're working with just the actual
That is
items
true.
from the desire demons. So it's going to be a lot easier than the stuff you guys do.
That is true. All right. Well, I think I have what I need.
And she has like basically a briefcase that's like floating next to her. That's like it seems like she gathered quite a lot of stuff, but it seems like that's all she needs.
So, do you two need me, or are you okay?
I believe we'll be fine.
And I'll stay here and I'll work with Lolly on making sure everything's organized and that we can get people back into the city quicker.
Thank you, Athena.
No worries. And if you need anything, obviously, you guys can pull us in if you need it.
You see Ambrose places a portal that has has a golden glow for a moment before Ambrose, you feel a other portal, an exit portal. It's more connected to a rift that death creates on the side. And then after a moment, a little bit of sparking of energy that causes people to maybe get a little defensive and tense for a moment. But as that happens, you can then see through the portal to that same balcony space of the ruined palace that death is standing in.
I'm gonna kiss Arya on the forehead.
I promise when I come back, I'll make you some lemonade.
We might come back and it'll be like an hour for you guys, so should be fine.
Or
That's
it
why
could
I
be the
said
other way
we're gonna-
around.
Absolutely, I'm just saying.
Well, either way, when I come back, you're getting lemonade.
There should be a way to fix the time dilation. At least there was when I was there. A long
And
time.
there's
stay
like
safe.
However,
Yeah.
that was when
Probably
the
will.
ancient god doing it. No, I have no reason to go back to hell.
Okay.
However,
I'm
I think
gonna
there might be
slap
someone that does.
Arya on the back
Wait.
and push her towards the portal.
Oh, I thought
Wait, I love you,
were just slapping Arya.
You
Wait,
see
did you
that
say somebody who
Leo?
does?
somebody who does, and you see that he just kind of disappears for like half a second, and you see that other Dainta, Oswar, that Bran played,
Oh
yeah.
He's
Does
still
seem to
passed
want to
out?
go. No, he hasn't been passed out. He's seemingly been chill, mostly. Hasn't been a problem. Been helpful. You haven't really seen much of him, but it's a Dainta. He does seem to
We
would
must
prefer
have
to go
seen
back
him
to
for
hell.
a day. We thought he was still knocked out from the previous
he's-
20 hours.
he good. Chilling. But yeah, he's just gonna go through and seemingly just go back in hell and help things out.
Cool.
But yeah, you guys step through. As you all that decide to go step through, you do see Death there, kind of arms spread, a smile on his face. It's always just a little unnerving. But then you also see walking in around the corner is Pestilence and War. You see Famine actually would come to for the time being. And majority of you arrive. And some faces I haven't seen in a while.
Great to see you too, Death.
Yes, how is your day of laying around?
It wasn't a day of laying around.
Well, certainly
Stressful.
less than what we've been doing here. Regardless of my jest, things have been put back together roughly. And the people are, at least, that have come in to help, have been promised refuge in a place in this Hell City. War has managed to get some things organized and back and running. And Captain Andre has been able to put some things together as well. There are also people that don't quite agree with this decision, and they want complete and utter anarchy.
Of course, so.
Those are mainly the remnants of the army you brought over from the warring grounds. Some of them, many of them, have now ascended to demon lords, and it's getting out of hand. He kind of like
Don't look at
walks
me,
you over
that
to the
was
side.
Your idea.
It was everyone's idea. We
I
are a
didn't even
team.
have a say in what was happening with war, but we are here to help regardless. I just don't think blame needs to be put anywhere. We just need to do what we can to organize some stuff.
We have been putting up a defensive against them. But it's going to take some time to fully either corral them back or wipe out their forces.
Cool. During that time, I think I need to bring back some other of my kin. Probably be very, very helpful for whatever you guys are about to do.
Make things more complicated. I don't know if we need them all back. Their personalities are just, like yours.
Just like yours.
Obnoxious.
They both say at the same
Headstrong. Annoying. Hard-headed.
He's still going.
Articulate.
No, not that one.
Oh.
Ouch. You're not articulate.
Charismatic.
Oh, I am. You're not. Despite the amount of time you spend talking.
Anyways, like I said, let's
Charismatic.
not waste this time talking, Pestilence. And let's
Oh,
not
I
waste
wasn't
this time
talking, I was
putting
roasting.
blame to anyone. Let's get into action. But I gotta bring back some other people, and then we can all work together on this.
If that's your priority. Well, where are they at the moment?
They're in our base facility 7A.
Ah, I see. 7A, very specific.
Not my fault you did not memorize the map in our forces' positions.
I need it in normal terms.
Follow me.
Starts just walking.
Oh, it's
pretty
going
normal
great
terms.
here. Love that.
It's going fine. You haven't seen anything yet.
You see that there are demons kind of moving through the halls as you're kind of led down. Some of them give you strange or annoyed looks. Some of them are like either remember you from something, kind of give like little waves or smiles. Say some things in demonic, which is just kind of like, hey, how's it going? Things like that for those of you that can speak demon. But you see that as you're kind of led down to and out of the space, or about like a bit away, you see that like some of the floating islands are back up, but it seems not all of the floating bridges and sidewalks that you can walk on the air essentially to get across. So it's a lot of like flying or floating down or using makeshift bridges for the time being. But you're able to get a few levels down and see a lab-like facility that's partially destroyed on one side, but it seems like they're using that as bases of operations for more tech-based or biological. Excuse me, I got hiccups all of a sudden. Biological testing and procedures, things like that, and leads you in to where there are a bunch of labeled cases and things like that that have all of the Desire Demons that were there listed out. And all of them, exception of a few, obviously. There's ones like trying to pull up my notes here to make sure I'm not speaking up my ass. Like greed isn't there, misery isn't there, vanity isn't there at the moment.
The obvious ones.
Yeah. Of course, chaos isn't there. But, you know, all the other ones would be.
Where exactly do you want to start with this?
You mean who I want to start with?
Well, we have a few ideas to put them into bodies, but we do not want to do that. Because it seems like there was a bit of uncomfort with the ones that they had created, whether intentional or not.
We don't need to use those. Did we introduce Silver Lady already?
Nope. But they kind of know who she is, roughly, a little bit, but not like great.
Probably should have said it a minute ago, but we brought Silver Lady, the Four Horsemen. Silver Lady. We brought her because she's gonna work with Ambrose to put him back into something a bit more mobile for them, something they can control a little better.
I see. And what equipment do you need?
I should have everything I need. He drops the suitcase down, and it kind of folds outwards to like a table that expands out to another table, and then a couple things float out of it, set up, and a couple scanners, a couple different tanks, and then a whole bio cage materializes. Very like nanobite technology type of thing. And then
Impressive materials.
thank you. But I should be able to do it here as long as Ambrose is here to help me. This would probably take quite a while.
I'm sure we could have more of these fabricated if that would speed things up.
That would be very helpful. He nods and summons a couple of zombies.
fabricated?
More of these fabricated, looking at her technology.
Oh, like to duplicate her stuff that she brought?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they get to work on that. Ambrose and Silver Lady kind of get working on that, and then they seem to get like some bases is set up, and then she'll ask Ashley.
Before...
Oh yeah,
Oh.
go for it now. Go for it.
No, you go for it.
Is there any particular order that you want me to do this in?
Yeah, we'll start with one that will make it a lot easier for the others once they get back out. But if you don't mind, I'm gonna chat with them just to let them know what's happening before it happens.
All right.
Cool. I'm gonna go over to, I don't have the list in front of me, but Lust is one of these people who've passed
Yep.
because of the final fight. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna go over to Lust. I don't remember what it was.
A red
her item.
rose.
Her red rose. I'm gonna go with that, and I'm gonna scoop doop doop. I'm gonna look around.
You see as you appear into this space, you see it's like the most gaudy
I've been in here
but
before.
romantic bedroom. Various
Mhm.
different lewd images and iconography and things like that. And you see that she is more how at this point might expect her. She's similar in tone and color as to when she was in that other body, but she has her horns are a little different. She's a little bit more like plumper. Before it was like skin was wrapped around her rib cage and organs to just like over exemplify that, but she's more of a plump, a little bit of
Curves to her.
curvy.
Mm.
But there's like these beautiful like white tattoos that kind of swirl around her body. Very different from Ashley in terms of look and stuff like that. They're more like geometric and they almost seem to point towards different part of her unclothed body as she sits on the bed. Lounges
Yeah.
back on it.
Hey,
Hey.
great to see you're in better spirits.
Well, I'm assuming seeing you means you won. So.
I just give her a really big grin.
Hmm.
So we're gonna get you out of this and into something a little bit more
I
comfortable,
mean,
yeah?
you could get out of this and gestures at your clothing and into something more comfortable first. No one would know.
We don't have time for that.
Nobody would know.
True. We still don't have time for that.
Musk.
Come on, don't you want to see Pride? I'm gonna turn around.
Well,
give her a
yeah.
look around behind my shoulder.
I'm still getting that threesome
Okay.
with you and Ian, right? You promised.
I leave. And I get out of it, and I'm with like a stupid fucking grin on my face, and I look back at the others. Yeah, she's ready. You can start with her.
Okay. Is any ones that you do not want us to do, right? To be more.
You're making me open up this goddamn motherfucking list, and I don't want to. No, I think everyone's good, right? That's not Ashley saying that. That's Caroline saying that.
I mean,
Let me
you think some might be a little like there's some you didn't get an actual beat on because they exploded. So you don't know how many of them are more violent than others. So it's like maybe, and there's some that weren't even alive before, as far as you know.
Who else is there whose else is an item that we just never had?
Amnesia, derealization, anorexia, insomnia, kleptomania, schizophrenia, dysphoria, and exoriation. Sorry.
Insomnia. Okay, so all the red ones. Okay.
No, all the red ones were out and have
And the yellow.
Yeah.
Yellows are the ones that we met and fought.
Yeah.
And then greens are people. Excluding Pam, who's in the real world.
Yeah.
In the real world. And the others who are dead, like Vanity, Misery, and wherever the fuck Zach is up to right now. He will be dead soon. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's just stick with greens for now.
Okay.
And Ashley will look at the lady and be like, yeah, let's do our allies first, and I guess we'll talk amongst Pride and the others on what they want to do.
All right.
Or maybe, well, you do that first, and I'm gonna think about it, because really quickly, was Narcolepsy the purple? Yeah. The big purple one. Okay, cool. Narcolepsy was definitely fighting against something that she didn't want to have to deal with, so we could probably wake her up and talk to her a bit about her friends.
Ironic. Waking Narcolepsy up.
She was.
Alright. Actually, we will make sure. I'll make sure to do that, but it would probably take some time. So if there's other business you all need to take care of, I will keep you updated.
I'd be safe. Do you need anything like water?
I will be fine.
Okay.
We all look at Silver Lady and her robot body.
She could still want water if she wants.
So.
Hydration is important even for halves robot.
Alright, and so now that that is underway.
Oh. Dad?
Yes.
Sorry, do you know where Captain Andre is at the moment?
He should be down by the base. A bit further down, but towards the edge. In his ship where he's been working on things.
Okay.
We can have someone bring you there.
Alrighty. But you were gonna say something first. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, we need to discuss the important details. Ashley, do you plan on staying in hell?
I think once the other Desire Demons are awake, we can figure out the plans.
Well, quite
guess
frankly,
the
I don't
simple-
know the Desire Demon. Like I know you. I could care very little about their opinion. What are you doing here? Truthfully. What is it that you want to see done with hell? Because there's much that I want to do. And there's much that I will do.
And that's good to hear. I'm happy to hear someone wants to step up to this. It's kind of crazy and will be hard. But just as much as Earth is my home, hell is also my home. And I don't think we need to repeat anything that's happened here. At all. Ever. Again.
Of course. Thea and Zach have all been problems.
Yeah.
I intend to rule this place. Similar to how the Ancient One did. There was an order, there was a judgment based on those who sinned, or, for an updated term, were pieces of shit in life.
Nice.
Yeah.
But Zach gave way to all that.
The chaos he's brought is one we definitely don't need here in hell.
It needs order. I'm able to bring order. I don't know how many of these reckless Desire Demons will be able to do that.
I don't think we need one reckless desire demon in power. Death. That's not what I'm.
I'm
here for.
saying I don't want all of them expected to be on the group of leaders.
Okay. I think we should make it, instead of just one person leading Hell, a council discussion. Hell, even though we don't want it to be chaotic, is still not anything perfect either. And if we forced that, just like you said a few minutes ago, the people and the residents of Hell would
There are people
definitely not want that.
that want chaos. There's people that want violence. And there are people and demons that have grown up on this violence being
But
normal. We cannot
They're-
take that from them.
Exactly. They're coming from a place where their normalcy is not calm. Things don't need to be calm. Not in a place like Hell. Not in a place.
That's not what
where
I'm
death-
saying.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
And what I'd
I
say
think-
to add on to that is I think Hell City, when it's rebuilt, should be its own nation. And the other surrounding places should be able to do with what they want. Have their own leaders, their own councils.
Then
But
we
refer
clear
back
on
to the
starting
new
to run this
city.
place like Earth, Death, and this is no Earth.
Yes, but the council will be in charge. But let them govern themselves. Let their own chaos or order come to see. If things get out of hand,
The council's
Step
in
in.
place to keep it. Okay. Okay.
because there are places I've seen that have fallen to ruin or that were too far away to be managed properly. And I intend to manage souls that come in and out of this. And they will
By the way,
still keep
have there
coming in and out.
been souls coming in and out? We haven't been able to reach out because, it's been a day. So we haven't caught in wind of how Earth has been.
A few here and there. Slow. But it's going back to where it should be.
Okay.
But I believe there is also an interest in having different groups being charged. A few desire demons. Perhaps a few of the more prevalent demon lords.
Mm-hmm.
A few of the very specific demon types should have a say in this.
Absolutely.
Maybe even the
Especially the ones
Shinigami.
who are supposed to exactly preside over others, like Shinigami, like Dainta.
As far as I know, there's only one Dane.
Mm.
It'll be good for being an enforcer if they still wish to. But we can discuss these details. It will take some time, as we have a minor insurrection to take care of first.
Right. If you can just give Silver Lady a few minutes to get at least Pride and Wrath back out, we'll have some good muscle to help you guys with this.
Oh, I'm not worried about winning that insurrection. This slow-going battle, because we're trying not to kill everyone. There aren't that many people
I don't mean
left.
kill. I just mean influence in the right way.
Yes.
Things are going to be a little different here, and I think a couple voices saying that can be helpful.
Yes. As you agree and begin to get that going, I'm going to cut back to the people on Earth. Jeffrey is able to work with Thalia and the General and Silver Lady. Silver Lady has employed a lot of either robots and drones and things that are kind of reforming the city with updated city planners to make an already fairly well-designed city after the first time, an even more well-designed city with things even being more walkable, things with, areas specifically designed for heroes, with the level of ability that other people have. But is there anything in particular anybody wants to do or mention during that day? Whoa,
What was that?
that was aliens coming down.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh God.
What?
I think
You did-
disconnected and came
Bruh.
back in.
That was like 3 minutes ago. Okay. That's weird.
Well, anyway, yeah. So I mean, in terms of specific ideas on how I want the city done, I think you covered a lot of the main points. Having like access areas for superheroes, since that seems to be a like staple thing.
Yep.
Like how you would have a fire lane on some buildings, I would imagine there's like a landing pad on more buildings now for superheroes. I would also guess that like in terms of the structure of these buildings, using an eclectic amount of materials is probably a good idea, considering just how many superheroes are based off of like elements. And I think other than that, the only thing that I'd be interested in knowing is who would be interested in coming back to the city at this point, because seeing as it's a troubled place, I would be wary without a bunch more security measures in place.
Yeah, it does seem that like it's a little early to tell fully, but it seems like there are people that didn't want to leave despite probably dying. They were willing to die in their place because they've owned it for 30 years or blah 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 blah. There's a lot of like managing. All right, here's this person's new real estate. This is where it is. There's a lot of people that are invested with that. A lot of businesses that were there and want to go back into it, small and large. There's probably like it seems like still 80% of people that left that do want to come back, while another like 20% have found better living in homes in other places.
Okay.
That does bring up another question, follow up to that. Because we know that a lot of demons went through the portal. How's their living conditions or residency
some of
being
them
handled?
were demons, some of them were humans, but after kind of following up with Thalia about that, she does mention a little bit of what happened after you guys left and came back. After you guys left, it was almost immediately that Thea stepped back through the portal, which was kind of a shock and surprise to everybody that watched you go in. And then all of the people that came out all also apparently had bombs in them. So there was just explosions all over the city.
Love that.
Fortunately, Ian was able to stop a number of those nukes, but a lot of the world heroes that lived had wanted to go back to their home to make sure things were protected, because there were those like rapture charges that exploded in a bunch of different cities that killed, thousands, if not tens of thousands of people.
Just a couple nukes.
Yeah, but fortunately, the one that Ian was able to stop in the city by just extending time on the timer was able to be stored away and deactivated. Silver Lady wanted to study it and wanted to make sure if it was destroyed that it wasn't going to blow up first, so they just put it away for now. But also, like, Thea was fighting a bunch of people, and most people were either too afraid to get close or instructed not to because they didn't want to lose them to control of Thea again. But then there was a battle between that Thea and various different Seraphim that came down to like try not to fight her directly, but there were brief moments apparently where some of the heroes were given extra strength by those Seraphim, and then they proceeded to try to slow Thea down as long as they could to give you guys time to come back. Seems that's generally what happened over those 3 hours. So it seems like those people that came through were all just part of Thea's plan and have since exploded.
Gotcha.
There
Cool.
weren't as many people that came through the portal. It was more like a few thousand that came through, but it was enough to cause a lot of chaos and give Thea the space she needed in the city.
Neato.
Hero casualties. How does that look?
Like there's a lot of people that died. probably about half the people that
We
came
have
to
an
help.
official dead list for
Yeah, yeah.
the dead heroes if you guys wanted it. Purple put it in the chat. We can find the pin.
And thought I can find.
Yeah, I did want to make a memorial for the people who passed.
Yeah.
I didn't know that until I
Same.
finished writing my thing because the vivid thing, which was what Ian brought up, was that Moon Calling died, and I was like, some people died. I want to make a memorial, like the 9/11
Mhm.
memorial in New York City, and so I want to also do that. Make a really pretty one.
And
I
I'll
think-
make
Also, like,
little books about
Moon
all of them.
Calling, Red Rock,
That's
I'll open up
it.
the document. It's so sad.
No one else matters.
Reina
Okay.
de Delor,
Solemn?
Zindanese.
Zindinese.
Zindinese.
He did also pass.
There's quite a few that
wait,
went
I have to
out.
actually open it. I can't remember. all of
Yeah,
them, but
let's
there are
not
some really
let's
big
not go through the
names.
whole thing because there's a lot.
If anything,
Um,
you know, be interesting, and this is just an out of character suggestion. Perhaps where we have the statue of other Speedy Boy
Steadfast.
Steadfast. Maybe have the memorial around
Technically
there.
died, but no, didn't.
I was
yeah,
actually thinking of building out Steadfast's
I think-
cape and then putting the names on there.
Ooh.
That's a good idea.
I was thinking we could just make an actual bring it just to IRL stuff just because I do love this memorial even though it's also as equally sad. But the 9/11 memorial in New York is these two very large pools that are just always flowing and they go down into the ground. I don't think we should do something like that, but I think we should repurpose because downtown is fucked right now in Arbel.
Oh, yeah, you
I
could
think it'd be
absolutely
nice to
make it a
repurpose a
huge-
large park area that's a
I
huge
think
memorial.
what we
People walk
could
through,
do-
people can hang out in.
What we could do is because we have the Steadfast one.
It's probably broken, so the Steadfast.
Well, yeah,
one
but like
would be-
having like that's where the epicenter is, at least. Like this is where it kind of all started at the end of the day.
intentionally put
But
the Steadfast
what it
one in the
could
center of
be-
Arbel.
What it could be is Steadfast, and then we have a couple other very large named heroes, or at least like personifications of them, or to give the idea of them as a statue creating a circular park, almost like they're creating a protective barrier, and then on the like the pillar or whatever that they're standing on, we list all the names of the people that were lost that day, and then
we
do
can
something
play
I
that
like
so
can
that we're
actually
not meta
show you
meta-ing it.
show you this now. Hold on.
Oh.
And all the ones in red text are the people that ended up dying.
Not awesome, man.
No.
it's not a
Oh,
lot,
yeah,
but it is
robotic.
it is a good amount of them.
Well,
So I
I just think it's not about it being
Oh,
a good
no,
amount. These are people that we know
Momoko!
personally from.
No.
training
I'm not
and,
saying that. Like I mean it more so
it's
like
gonna be special for us to actually
Yeah.
set something up because we knew them.
Yes.
No. I'm not.
There can
I'm not,
only be one Cortez.
I wasn't meaning
Shut
it like
the
that. I
fuck
meant
up.
it more like there's a good amount to still do something with it. Like it's not like a giant like where we have to have a whole list. We could actually do small statues within a park of
Oh,
each
yeah,
of these
both
people that
can
has
do
like their
this.
story on them.
Oh,
So almost make the
cute.
like center of it be like a park people can walk through, and it being a memorial park, having statues of each of these people that showed themselves and have passed away as you walk
Yeah,
through.
not big head
Yeah,
ball,
we'll
bro.
plan it.
How did Moon Calling die? That's really weird.
We need to be.
That's crazy. Who knew, bro?
Bro, I would not have guessed that one.
Yeah, it's shocker.
Copium.
At least the couple, at least Candor and Continuum died. They died together, you know? They died, yeah.
But Life
Oh,
died, but
both
Zinda's
together.
didn't.
I know,
that's
what
worse.
sucks, bro!
Don't worry, we can fix that.
Oh,
We could,
Okay.
yeah, we can fix that.
let it die.
Red roll.
Anyone
I
want
was
to
gonna
commit
say, in
someone
the
murder?
official dead
Red
document
Rock,
that you
no.
wrote for us, Cullen, you put Zindinese and Life dying together.
Ah,
But if you want me to erase that name,
Erase
I
that
definitely
one.
can.
this is the official one.
Okay.
This is the thought out one.
Yep.
'Cause this is.
All
I'll
right.
take a screenshot of my official dead. Because I didn't make this document, you did.
Alrighty. So, with that, you kind of have plans to make that memorial for sure. Jeffrey can help oversee that as well if he would prefer.
I think Athena would help Thalia create an official statement to give out to the public for them to see, you know, the damage that are done in the city and throughout the entire world, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. You don't need to say it word for word, but what's generally the things you're trying to say in that address?
Athena would address the fact that it is officially over. That'd be the first and foremost thing. The other thing that she would address, and maybe Mop or others would want to be on it as well, but she would want to address and name every hero that has died or everyone that was on the front lines. And also what the plans and the next steps are, and further continued patience and understanding that it may take longer than we expected to return back to normal, but we do plan to become, you know, bigger and better than we once were. So that's the majority, is showing the facts and giving hope.
Gotcha. Yeah. And the one thing that is nice that because all of those outer perimeter of actual soldiers didn't really have to get into any fights, they were able to come in and help with things and provide medical support as well. Also, you know, make sure nobody was buried or dead underneath. That helped as well. So it's like it's an ongoing process that seems a lot of people are working towards things, and you're getting support now from other countries, especially after that address. It'll be more so. But yeah, that gets going. Is there anything else anybody wants to mention or do while they're on the outside before we get back into hell for a bit?
What's beachfront properties looking like?
Let's see. A lot of people were moving out and away. It's a little bit tough right now because a lot of people are using some of that as, oh, I'm on vacation, some of which was paid by other benefactors. So, like, in terms of actually going to a place right now, it might be a little bit, but Jeffrey could probably figure something out. It's also Jeffrey, and everybody kind of is like, oh, world hero. If he wants it, we're gonna figure out how to get it to him.
I mean, fuck it. I might build our own house. I don't. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I think Athena would go back to the cabin and then also check up on Zoe. Make
Okay.
sure Zoe's okay.
Yeah, you're able to see Zoe at the cabin after a bit of time. You see Zoe is very happy to see you when you finally get her over there with the help of Minerva and Leo. They get you over there, and you see the cabin. Fortunately, is only minor bits of debris and stuff have landed from across the lake and hit a small portion of the driveway, and some of the trees have burnt down. But the cabin is surprisingly fine.
Once.
Yeah. And then a building lands on it.
Damn it.
It was still
Damn.
falling.
Just sitting in orbit, you know, just
Right,
waiting
yeah.
for Athena to say, finally, it's
Yeah,
fine.
satellite falls out of orbit onto the cabin. No,
No.
she runs over to you and gives you a big hug.
The hug her back.
Just standing behind.
You see that says, I'm glad you're not dead.
I'm glad you're not either.
He's dead?
She is. She's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And you're safe.
Sorta.
Sort of.
Of.
Well, no one's perfectly safe, but in this moment, right now, you are safe. She's gonna hug her a bit tighter again.
We're gonna make sure we try to keep it that way.
As best as we can.
That's good.
And yeah. Do you wanna go hang inside the cabin for a bit?
Kind of just shrugs and then Bill walks inside.
Athena's gonna grab Cortez's arm and walk inside.
We have a lot of work to do.
That we do. A lot of decisions to make.
Unsure of how long the health stuff is gonna take. I guess Cortez is gonna start on researching something. He just wants to make sure if there's been like any reports, at least for the next few days and whatnot. Just trying to see if Thomas had, for some reason, escaped into this plane.
I mean, theoretically, you could ask around to Thalia and the general in Monroe, and as well as do your own research. Nothing that seemingly has come up about Thomas in terms of things he could find. But it also seems like Thalia, Monroe, Minerva, Anarugi, anybody else that would be able to tell you. I know Anarugi's not there right now, but seen him live, dead.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah. Well,
He shows up 100 years later.
Bruh. Fucking nuke! Where's the bomb?
That being said, Ian, is there anything?
Nah, not really.
Okay. Mop, is there anything for Mop? Mop.
He probably would just be helping around and supporting Jeffrey with the helping of the building and whatnot.
Sounds good.
Wait! Hold everything!
Hold everything. Mop's already doing that. He can't put it down yet.
Mop! Keep holding it! I gotta go play golf.
We'll play
See you
golf.
later, losers.
Ian goes to play golf.
I was just supposed to stand here?
Don't you dare put it down until I get back. I'm shooting 18.
Anyway. Does Ian have specific
I'm gonna
plans
carry
with golf?
that. I now know what I have to do. I'm gonna carry a skyscraper.
Nice.
You're not a water boy, you're a skyscraper boy.
Well, I was told, by Ashley's brother that I had to go. We were gonna go play golf the next time I was around.
So you're just gonna show
And
up at his house?
I haven't forgotten. Okay.
All right. Well, he died of a heart. No, I'm kidding. No, I wouldn't do that. It's a big fuck you for no reason. No, you absolutely go play golf with him.
Golf weekend, baby.
You see that like Ian can hit the ball very far. His AI is kind of cheating.
Listen, I'm not trying to cheat here. I turn off that shit.
All right, he turns it off and he hits it very far, usually too far. And it usually has a very bad hook or slice because he hasn't played in quite a while.
That's okay. We're having fun.
Jonas, it's like playing golf with Grandpa versus Dad.
Grandpa's
gonna hit it down the middle every time and beyond,
but not that far.
You see, Ian hits it 3 miles past the green. It's like,
I'm on the green.
Like his first shot.
That's 17.
No, that's a different course.
Oh,
that's the one. That's the one down the road a few days.
That's putt.
Well, I'm on the green.
You hit it into the driving range. That's like 2 blocks away.
I'm on the green.
Wrong one. I don't think that counts. Yeah, that's kind of its fun. It goes great. It's a fun time. Yeah, cool. Very cool. Ian can check that off his to-do list. But
played golf.
Played golf with Ashley's brother Jeff. All right.
Some might say the superior Jeff, but you know.
He didn't. This one didn't lift the boat though.
That's true.
But in the meantime, back in hell, some of the bodies get underway. Ambrose and Silver Lady working in tandem, helping each other do that until you're able to get Lust back in working order. Similar to Wrath, but more in a less mechanical form, Silver Lady has been able to basically put a blank slate for her to kind of adjust more to what you saw in like the Skidoo face. Is there anything anybody does after she reappears? Kind of just falls down a little bit, but then it catches herself with the help of others. She is given clothes to put on, but she take them.
Who needs?
We're
Gives that-
just gonna keep going
She gives Ashley a
through
big
the
hug.
rest. Oh yeah, I give her a hug.
Okay.
And I don't know. I kind of want things to keep going, so I'll probably like hold up the crown next. Like,
Gotcha.
all right,
Those
let's
ones are
get
currently
this
being done
done.
as they're getting faster and faster as War is able to get more materials together, figure out what is needed. So like after the first one, they already got 2 going. So by that point, you get Wrath and Kari done. Is there anything you're doing after
We
they're
should also
done?
give big hugs to.
Big hug from Wrath, a moderate hug. Kari. It's Kari. Les gives him a big hug. Regardless, who gives a little bit more of a
Okay,
hug
both
than
of us
Ashley.
give- yeah. Both of
Um,
us give him a big hug. We just get different hugs back.
Yeah. But yeah, you're able to get them going.
Yeah. I mean, we'll if
Yeah, yeah.
War has a plan for the people he's gonna try to calm down in hell, we can help them out with that, and then we'll probably discuss setting up.
You start getting plans set with all the Forcemen, actually, getting Kari and Wrath and kind of Lust involved, and any of your party that would want to do so as well. Well, Silver Lady is primarily still working on those with Ambrose. Ambrose is still able to be nearby to listen in on those conversations, but it seems like generally War and Pestilence and Death, and with Famine there is even a little easier now because they're having the ones to supply a lot of those forces to just be on the front lines at all times while other more demons are recovering, and saying that that's the biggest issue, which Ambrose probably could also help deal with if he wanted to at some point as well, to heal up those allied demons and demon lords to be able to push that fight. So it's not like instead of losing, but then it's like, then when you won that little insurrection, that miniature war, what is it that you're all doing? It seems like a lot of it would be sending people back to where they want to go, seeing what type of life they want to live, whether it's a warring ground demon, what they want to do to live in the society, and really establish
Well,
what the new
since
Hell City
Death-
would be.
I was gonna say, because this isn't happening in Hell
Yeah.
City, Death just said he wanted to separate things a little bit.
Yeah.
So then before we finish beating the insurrection, we can sit down with Death and map out Hell. Put it into proper countries here, essentially. And then as we start to quell the masses and put them in places that they actually want to live in, or wherever they reside, we can put them back in those places.
Yeah.
But that's not something we have to stick around for. We just have to
No,
set
put
up the
things in
stuff
place.
of,
Yeah.
all right, let's help build this map. Death only wants very particular people on the council, so let's just set up the council, and then we're good.
Out of the people that want to stay in Hell, Wrath does want to stay, sorry, and Kari does want to stay, and Lust is gonna stay because Hell's more fun. And Kari's there, but
Yeah, I was assuming they'd
yeah,
want to stay.
they
Is
would
there
wanna
any other
stay.
demons that don't want to stay? We
It's-
didn't really wake up everyone yet. We woke
but
up
yeah.
narcolepsy just to see.
Narcolepsy doesn't like more approaches it as, I don't know what Earth is like, so I don't have a reference point.
That's perfectly fine.
Um,
And does she ask if we can wake up anyone else, or is she kind of content if the others aren't up, or I don't know. She knows them better than we know them, so
the only person she would request is Sloth.
I wake up Sloth,
Like,
hottie sniper.
You see Narcolepsy ends up looking fairly similar to how she looked before, but there are 2 more sets of arms, so 6 arms total instead. And then you see for Lust, Sloth names, too many characters. For Sloth, they look pretty similar as well, but there's a lot of like those like scales that were kind of on the face are more traveling throughout the arms, throughout the body, but are still kind of that very curvy, hot sniper lady. And you see that when they kind of manifest that sniper kind of coalesces with them, and it's not quite the exact same as the one before, but it seems like they're able to manifest a sniper weapon of some sort as part of the.
Good for them.
But yeah, they seem to be happy. They don't. Most of the Desire Demons, as you tend to wake them up, they don't seem to want to leave Hell. A lot of them want to be left to their own.
Anyone other than Narcolepsy and Sloth.
Yeah, but
if Narcolepsy told me that I don't have to wake anyone else up, then I can just
okay.
wake those 2 up.
Yeah, then those 2 seem to want to stay in Hell.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like people that want to be on the council is Kari, wants to be. Wrath doesn't want anything to do with it. Wrath just wants to eventually fuck around in the warring grounds for a bit. And then that kind of leads into, do you want to like kind of make things in order over there? No. I want to make it worse. I want to make sure they're stronger, they're better. And it's like, at least you have powerful fighters, things like that. So it seems like that will kind of happen at some point. There is a couple elder Shinigami that want some stake in it, as they've been kind of working as Death while he's been in the Abyss for a long time. They do kind of bring up that day an important thing, that the doors of the Abyss can no longer be closed. From what Zach and Thea did, they're essentially open. So monsters from the Abyss can just kind of get in or out from any point in the Abyss.
Love that.
So that's another reason to have.
Good, because it unites the above ground Hell people together to actually have something to fight against instead of each other for
sure.
the most part.
They also discuss the war brings up the, what do you want to do with Ishwathar prison, as that was meant to lock in a lot of people that were awful demons and supposed to be just for like the worst of the worst, but Zach had been sending people who were like kind of annoying to him.
Well, we should very much keep it the worst of the worst, because Death seems to have a goal in mind for the humans who are the worst of the worst who come his way. So we can repurpose the prison for its actual intended purpose.
He's gonna make it the waiting room.
Yeah, it will, and it'll be still like that forever and ever.
And then Bloodsea Villages, while at a Silver War, that's like a secondary, like, hey, let's go over there and let's see what we need to figure out. Because you guys,
I don't need to do that.
They're gonna do that. Pestilence actually does bring up, do you want to do anything with the Concubitus ruins? In kind of like a non-joking, non-patronizing way of like, is there anything we want?
Sorry, I need to think about it. I think I don't know. I feel like we should leave it as is, a memorial of something bad that happened to people who definitely didn't deserve it.
It seems that from there you're able to form a council that ends up being death and war. Pestilence doesn't want to be directly involved, as they want their own projects they want to work on, but they'll definitely keep an eye on things and be with their siblings.
Yeah.
Famine does not want to stay in hell and wants to go back to Earth and kind of either let themselves eventually die or become something other than just famine. It seems like you have 2 elder Shinigami that are part of it as well. There is 3 very reputable, some that are a little bit more gruff and violent demon lords, but there's some that are very like well-spoken demons as well that want to be a part of it. And then a couple less powerful but very like diplomatic. One that was from the Bloodsea Villages, one that was from Abysside Isles. Like you end up having a council of like 10 or 9 people, 9 to 10 people. And then Ash.
Okay, I will be part of the council,
Mhm.
but I'm gonna add a thing here.
Mhm.
Just because we were discussing having one representative
Mhm,
from
mhm.
from Earth who can go into hell and keep information flowing, and one representative from hell who comes onto Earth to do the same. And although we're trying to figure out maybe robotic bodies that can do this, it might be best if we could figure out demonic things. And I think if Kari is going to be part of the council and I'm going to be part of the council, then I can just be the information from Earth to hell, and Kari can be the information from hell to Earth, because we know both of the places very well, since we both lived in both of the places for extended periods of time.
Death also says that he can be the gate with Ambrose at any. That's a very consistent
So
way
we
in or
rely
out.
on them to get, we were
Because
only
you have
rely
two
on them
two
to get in and
factors,
out.
right? Kari goes out, go in. Death can send people out. Ambrose and Death kind of work together to send people through.
Yeah,
It has a point in place. And then the biggest thing that it seems like Death approaches Ambrose about.
You have somewhat of a connection to ancients, correct?
I haven't tried to summon on it anytime recently, but yeah.
There was a way that they were able to stem the flow of time to better match Earth or move farther from it whenever. Do you think you could tap into it?
I'm sure that we might be able to, but as all-powerful magic, it would require a cost if I were to assume.
Yeah, let me show you something that I found.
Goes off with Ambrose after discussions were mostly kind of convened for that day. He takes you deep down to like another old temple. Kind of reminds you a little bit of the one you fought Thea in, but it's like almost an inverse of that. It's much further down. It's very dark. Things are made of black stone and gray and green steel. Kind of reminds you again of the Doors of Death. And then there is the statue of the figure Ambrose knows to be B out the front of it. B is holding a skull, partially crushed in by its fingers, arm out in front of him, with the other almost seemingly like pulling a soul away from a body that he holds in the arm. a very gruesome but detailed statue at the front. It doesn't seem like it's been opened, exception of maybe death once not that long ago. He leads you inside, and there are only green, dim, flickering flames. He leads you down into the crypt or the basement of this palace, where there are no bodies. You see that there are souls just linger there, providing different colored lights. Green and gray and blue and red and orange and mixtures and changing colors and different sizes. There seems to be a massive sundial at the back of the low ceiling room that has a large white flame that has a black outline. And it's on top of that giant sundial, but doesn't have anywhere for light to give it that. It's just more where the dials would be on a sundial or a clock. They're in a runes that Ambrose doesn't understand.
I believe this has a certain part of it.
Ricky?
Oh, sorry. When was I unmuted?
I don't know.
Just
It'd
I
be like
did
that.
it.
I'm so sorry.
Imagine if other people had the ability to unmute, not like unserver mute or mute, just like unmute other people's mics. That'd be so bad. I could not be trusted.
I
wasn't
yeah, I
that
think you're
powerful.
speaking from experience, buddy.
Other people too, but primarily me.
I think it'd be funny because those of us with our blue yetis who just press the red button are saved.
Alrighty. But
Sorry, what did that say?
I believe this has something to do with that time dilation. I have not been able to connect with it as much as I would like to.
I'll approach the flame.
Not
and just
hot
kinda-
or cold. It's light.
Just right.
Yeah. What are you trying to do to it?
I'm not necessarily trying to do anything to the flame, but I will sort of hold my hands out sort of around the flame, and I guess I wouldn't say I'm necessarily praying, but I am thinking on you said it was N?
B was the male figure that you saw a statue of, but you know B is usually associated with the black silhouette with a white outline. This is a white flame with a black outline, which usually is indicative of N. However, this sundial, by the way, is like as large as like a war room table. Huge. It's probably like 15 feet across. And then the flame itself is probably as big as like maybe half that, like 5 feet across, 5 feet around.
I would like to try and make the flame bigger.
Okay. Roll me a faith or religion. Focus in on it.
Wait 1 second. What is my religion? 8. Let's go with faith.
Easy enough to do is Ambrose puts his arms out towards it, is kind of focusing on those thoughts that he is not praying, but just more thinking into existence. He expands that flame further out and kind of connects it almost to the edges of that large sundial that shines down upon it. And there almost seems like Death seems to notice it as well, but Ambrose can feel this shift in reality and time as everything seems to without actually doing it, slow down slightly. And more and more and more and more until he feels it's matched. Exactly. Feels Earth's time. They've been synced perfectly by him.
He'll just take a
Let's
step back
go.
and observe.
Oh,
I believe that should do it.
I'd say it certainly has. Definitely felt you do something. Flow of time. Well done.
It wasn't necessarily that I adjusted the flow of time, but merely supplied its own power to itself, if that makes sense.
Not really, but it seems to have done the job. Regardless. I don't feel like we need to mention this to most people.
No.
Fortunately, I hope nobody can really do too much to this place anyway. I guess we should turn. What was that? My apologies.
I feel that more people should be aware of NNB.
I'm not against it, but it feels like they definitely went away because of what Zach and
Hopefully they will return.
perhaps, but you're the one that would have to talk to them about such things.
Yeah. Let's head back.
Both head back. In the meantime, everybody else that is in hell that wasn't with Ambrose's death, go ahead and roll me a faith or religion to see if you notice the time change at all.
Woo!
You instantly get jet lag.
Faith or religion?
Yeah, and you struggle to fall asleep on a proper time.
Kind of already a problem in hell. Arya, not concerned at all. Ashley, it almost feels like, for Ashley, this feels weird because this usually never happens. It almost feels like Ashley almost loses her balance. There's no shaking. Like she almost has to put her arms out.
Yeah, I haven't
take a
done
weird
that in,
step.
forever. Yeah, I tripped for the first time in decades.
You stumble a little bit. Pestilence
And I
and
look around,
war
it's like,
seem to
"The fuck
notice
was
it.
that?"
Famine seemed to notice it. Silver Lady
Excuse me.
didn't.
It's like Ari was about to head out. I was like,
Are you okay?
Yeah, it was vibes changed or something like that. I don't know.
Ari seemed to
Tripping over
notice it.
time.
It's the demon atmosphere. It's the hell atmosphere.
No, I just think
Hell pollen.
time
Allergies.
got to something that we might like a little better. Felt like you're on a roller coaster and then you're not anymore. It's cool.
I want to go on a roller coaster.
Nice. As you are aware of that, I will say Arya does now eventually get a chance to find Captain Andre, kind of escorted over with War and a couple others. And you see that the ship, the giant dragon, is landed, and you can kind of really perceive it now from a distance a bit up. It is in fact, the size of 2 or 3 football stadiums. It is huge. And you're able to be brought up to it where there are some demons kind of about, some tech projects outside. You don't see Captain Andre because you find him inside the ship a bit later, but he comes and greets you as you're blinked onto it. A couple other of the demons are kind of excited to see you and happy to kind of congratulate you in various different forms of working or non-working English.
I'll
but
just excitedly join them for like a hot minute and then be like, try and be a professional again in front of Andre.
you find Captain Andre, and we will commence with that conversation, but let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll finish the last bit of session after that.
Whoa.
Sweet.
All right, 50 minutes. Be right back.
My bad. I didn't mean to be rude. My name is Jonathan. How you get in my house? Okay, I'll tell you, but you gotta promise not to get mad. I took your doorknob off. Get out of my house! I told you not to get mad.
No, not body swap, body snatch.
Hi. Hey. Well, not really body snatch. It's just a little more like.
No, you're
eating my
right.
soul.
You're right. You're right. You're
Man,
right.
my body was snatched.
Your body got
I'm so mad.
deviously licked off the
I'm so mad.
streets of
I'm
Arvale.
so mad.
alright?
Get off the building, you bitch! And you're the one who made it go away! You fucker is the reason this is a problem!
What the fuck is happening?
Ma'am, my ears. Ma'am,
Ma'am, this is not a chili.
Yo, we're gonna have to rectify that one with an angelic you after this one.
ma'am, you're currently outside of the Red Bull mini fridge. I'm gonna have to ask you to calm down.
All right, we are back. Finish up
Yeah.
the wrap up session. We are back with Arya as she is approached and found Captain Andrew. You see he's kind of looks like he's been working a little bit. You also see Coco nearby.
I'll
Just-
do like a little knock before coming in.
Door slides open. Oh,
Hi.
I see that you are returned. Very good.
Yeah, sorry, it took a little bit.
I understand the circumstances were much more dire than originally expected.
I mean, if we're being technical, on Earth it was like a day. So I mean, we did come back immediately. It just hell is hell, so time is weird. But how have you guys been doing? How have you guys been faring after everything?
We found decent bit of work here, so should be perfectly fine.
Okay.
Does not mean I do not want to go onto Earth as promised.
Well, I know. I was just wanting to be sure that you were all okay after all of that. I know you guys weren't in the like direct final battle, like in Hell City and all of that, but again, there's dangerous creatures around.
We helped
nearby,
from a distance.
So yeah. So thank you for that. And I guess I've never been able to tell you this fully, but thank you for everything that you did when we were here. And also for putting up with us.
Your friends did a decent job of not making a bad impression.
That's good. You seem to sometimes have an issue in making a bad first impression, but I'm glad it wasn't with you. But yeah, so as promised, I'm gonna try and bring you back. It's gonna be a little hard with the dragon, but we're going to try. Would you be upset
Dragon
if
comes.
you had to leave the dragon behind?
Dragon comes. If you want this back. If you want this back or not, it's part of it.
Okay. Well, we can.
Okay, how tall was like the dragon from like the highest like hump or spike or whatever? Like from the highest
About
point
maybe like
of the
150, 200 feet.
when it's like laying down.
Mhm.
Okay.
We'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. No, like okay. Also, did you like would Death be upset with us if we took you over there? Like,
I don't care what
'Cause-
he thinks.
I know you don't care what he thinks. I just okay. What was? Please remind me what. Why do you want to go back? You don't have to go into like
There is
like,
no
too big of
reason
a
to remind
detail,
you.
it's just-
There's no reason to remind you, as there was nothing ever said. My business is my own.
Right. Right. Just can you at least promise
No.
me something? No? Okay.
Is it Captain Andre great?
Yeah.
He's a great influence.
Fantastic. Okay, we can figure something out. I think the hard part will be, well, besides getting the dragon through, is people not wanting to automatically shoot the dragon down.
They shoot me, I will
Because
shoot
a
him back.
giant.
He
No,
shrugs.
no, 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 no. We don't do that. No.
And you better make sure they do not shoot.
That is what I was saying. I was like, afterwards, can you just not immediately take off? Just so we can at least, like
I'll consider it.
leave the dragon. Yeah, just so we can contact the other nations and be like, warning, there's going to be a dragon. Please don't shoot it. You know?
Well, it sounds like you have a lot of work to do.
I know. Listen, it's just been one day, okay?
It's been 5 weeks, so
For you, not for me. I promise that we will get back. Well, I have you. I'll take you to Ashley and them, and there's also somebody that you guys could bounce information off of. Her name is Silver Lady. She is very nice and very sweet. I like
I do
her
not
a
leave
lot.
my shit.
She's
They can come here.
okay.
He goes back to what he was working on.
Okay, well, I guess thank you for cooperating. It's really nice to see
You're
you
welcome.
again, and you're happy and well. Okay.
He's like not even looking when he says it, just preoccupied with what he's working on at the workbench.
What you working on?
A project.
Okay. I'll get Ashley and Silver Lady. She like walks away.
Later, when you go back over there to them.
Ashley,
there you go.
Silver Lady.
Huh?
Yes, Arya.
Well, for Silver Lady, I know if you wanted to meet Captain Andre, I was gonna head back over to him if you wanted. Do you think, Ashley, that
Yeah,
Ambrose
then Ambrose
could-
come back at this moment.
Oh, this is even better. Okay.
I give him like a shrug, like I don't know what she's on either.
Sorry. Okay. Actually, Ambrose, hypothetically, how tall could you stretch your portal? Say a good 150, 200 feet?
Say what?
Why?
Well, because
you
the promise we made with Andre about bringing him through,
him back to Earth. Yeah, he's definitely
and
not
the dragon
200.
comes with
Oh,
no exceptions.
Can the dragon even fit on Earth?
I don't think that.
It's a good 2 to 3 football fields wide. I think it can fit.
I mean, he can come back to Earth and rebuild his dragon if he'd like.
No, he said the dragon has to come.
Well, then he's gonna have to live on the moon. We don't got room for the dragon.
I just don't think he's gonna have like, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure out how that thing will fly on Earth of all places. Hell has a different area-ness to it, and Earth probably
Mhm.
won't be able to work for that. Or he'll have to work with Silver Lady to build something as equally as usable on Earth.
See, and that's the thing too. Because even if hypothetically, like he leaves this dragon and he built another one on Earth, right? Like say if we were able to convince him.
Okay.
We also have to immediately contact the other nations, being like, "Hey, don't
Well, it
shoot
wouldn't
a
be
dragon
immediate.
that's flying."
They would know he's
Well-
building it. That thing is gonna be
Oh,
visible everywhere.
that's true.
He's
Well,
gonna
not
need a lot of materials
everywhere.
too, and he'll have to figure out airspaces because Earth. Just let him know Earth runs a little differently. And he could definitely build it back on Earth, but I don't think there's a way we could actually bring that thing through. You want to bring it in pieces? I don't know.
I could try bringing it in pieces. Okay, I'm gonna try. Silver Lady,
Yeah.
did you want
Like, tell him it's not like we're telling him no. Just tell him that Earth runs a lot differently than here. So he'll have to figure out something that actually works for Earth.
I am certainly interested in taking a look at whatever this is.
Oh, you should totally show her the freaking dragon. Wow, Silver Lady, you're gonna love
Yeah, I'm gonna
this.
show you the dragon. It's gonna be
Yeah,
great.
go show her the dragon. This is gonna be good.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna take her back to the dragon because I need to go back to Andre.
Head over there, and she's like looking at it, and it's just like BG is like taking some notes, taking some photos. As you're walking down towards it, she seems very like excited, like because she doesn't see stuff like this, especially a mechanical marble that large. Yeah, and you kind of go over, and
It's really cool, right?
It is breathtaking, to say the least. A marvel of science and technology.
And dragons.
Drag.
You see you go down, you introduce her to Captain Andre. He asks a bunch of like pointed questions that largely don't seem like English to Arya. And he responds with what seems even less like English. And they start having a conversation that goes on for several hours. They seem to be like sort of getting along. At least enough to be like, oh, you're intelligent to understand me. That's cool. They start walking around the dragon and just completely ignore you.
Yes, like she'll be very patient.
You see, after those few hours, you hear something that finally sounds like English, and it's like,
All right, then it's settled then. We will move it over in these sections, but we will do it the next time Ashley is here as an ambassador trip in a month's time. That sounds good to me. I'm glad we could make that work. Yes, I'll bring that back to Ashley. You will have the 5 different sections, and we'll have it transported over. Very good.
goes back to what he's doing, and Silver Lady kind of walks back over to you with a smile.
That was not so hard. He's very reasonable man.
Yeah, thank you.
You don't need to thank me.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I kind of have to. I'm not great at. Yeah, I'm not great at like talking like machine wise.
That is alright. Most people are not. But let's go back and finish up. See if Ashley wants any more desire demons on this trip.
Right. Sorry. Just one more thing. Captain Andre.
Yes. What is it?
Can I have my earrings back now?
Not until we're on Earth, of course. It's part of the deal.
Okay. Alright, I'll see you in a month then.
She'll sleepily go back.
You go back to where Ashley is there with Death and Pestilence. Ashley, is there any more Desire Demons put together now?
Unless Narcolepsy and Sloth tell me to wake up the others, I will not, because I don't want them coming into hell being rebuilt. I want them to come back into hell when there's order in place and Death can actually focus on them, which he can't right now. He has other things to focus on. So, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Everyone but everyone's up except for Narcolepsy and Sloth's friends that we fought. Those guys will stay sleeping until they let me know they can be back up again.
Gotcha. All right. So, I guess within that time spent on Hell, you've gotten everything that you needed to do for the most part. Is there anything else, guys?
Not really.
Yeah, no, not really. Just
Alright.
to confirm, Death said that I could just go to Ambrose and him,
They'd be
and
able to connect
then they'll be able to bring back. Okay, cool.
either by
I'll
using
just
Mop's
let the
ring
others-
or having Ambrose probably reach out directly.
Like right before we're about to head back, I'll probably just let everyone know now that we're all together again that it felt like the times came together, and I give Ambrose like a look of I felt the heebie-jeebies. It happen, and then we can head back
I
to
know
Earth.
the difference.
It was like really bad goosebumps or really good goosebumps, depending on who you're talking to.
Also, Ashley, a favor.
Yeah.
When you come for your monthly ambassador meeting and like you have to bring Andre back, could you like pretty please, in case I'm not there, like for some reason, could you please get my earrings back?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. It feels weird without them. It's been really long since I've had them.
Can't you just get a new pair of earrings? They're just earrings.
They're sentimental.
Get a humans. Ugh.
Well, not all humans. She's just a sap.
Humans.
Oh, sure. It's like as if you lost your engagement ring, Ashley.
And I didn't. She puts up her hand. Shuts it off.
Yeah, but you would have traded it.
Yeah, out of curiosity, how do you not lose it when you turn into a blood puddle?
It just absorbs.
Great question.
How does her clothes?
Same way, my
not-
clothes stay the same. I don't know. I kind of
Yeah.
just will it into existence.
Magic.
Guys. Don't mind me.
Fair enough.
We need that as a line later at some point in the comment.
It's magic voodoo bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Come on, guys.
But
We've seen crazy shit. You're asking about this now?
Well, I didn't think about it until now.
so there is one thing that will also need to be done at a future thing, is what it seems like. But it's something that Kari wants to work on. Is technically, since you absorbed Fame and Vanity, and a long time ago, you guys as a group killed who had Delirium, they should be somewhere. Supposedly. Unless they were completely destroyed in the abyss, but
I was gonna say Vanity was completely destroyed.
I mean, but so was when
Right.
you just absorbed Wrath and Pride, and that's why they ended up in
Yeah,
the abyss.
no, but the way that you
Yeah,
sorry,
it's a very similar manner.
You're retconning your thing. Okay, cool. I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you completely destroyed it, but like that was before you had the information that that's where they would end up.
So like they're somewhere in the abyss.
Well, I didn't actually. I did the final blow for Vanity, but they kind of obliterated themselves, really. So that's
Well, you
why
still
I
had their
always thought that was
object
different.
form. Remember, you locked it in
Yeah.
that box. Then I believe you absorbed it after you. Did you not absorb it? I thought you
Oh.
absorbed it after you killed Wrath and Pride to fully get that power.
No, after I killed Wrath and Pride, we just went into hell.
Okay,
we
then
didn't do
then
anything
she's
with
still
Vanity
locked
at all.
in that box then, your guys' vault. I bet. I thought that was something we did. Then just Delirium and then Fame and Narcissa should be in that box still. That's something that just
Yeah, we
Kari is
thought
thinking
about killing her
I
multiple
was gonna say
times, but...
we were gonna crack the mirror, but we didn't.
He
so
also
we
wants to
have
know
them.
where the fuck where's Misery?
Great question.
That's something that none of you
Oh,
guys
Pride
in
wants to know
yeah
that?
you guys in
Yeah.
as players who played in Monday know, but Wednesday doesn't.
Do we? Anyways,
Wednesday don't. It just you remember that Shambros took it.
I don't.
Disappeared, and then you never heard from it again. That's because Monday confiscated it.
Oh.
Well, I was gonna
Yeah,
say
yeah, we
Wednesday, the
complicated,
last time we saw it, Kari was there for that. When shit hit the fan in the underground bunker spot of the cabin. And Misery fucking dipped. Or someone was messing around with us, and in this case, now we know what was happening, but then they were able to let Misery out while we were trying to make sure all the other objects were fine.
Yeah.
Because remember, I had Wrath's sword at the time, too. We were
Uh-huh.
trying to figure out what to do with that. Yeah. Kari technically knows what happened to Misery. We just, none of us have a follow-up.
Yeah,
as
he
to
was
where
more
they are.
asking of like, where did it go? I was like,
Great
great,
question.
great, god damn it. Doesn't seem to like that response. But
Somewhere.
with that, Death
remember.
is able to help you guys back out of hell with the help of Ambrose, and you guys step back out like this, like at like 9 at night that same day,
Oh, fuck yeah.
which is like longer than you expected, but also not super long. Which kind of help enforce that, oh, Ambrose maybe or somebody or something happened to sync up the times.
Great.
You guys
How
appear
neat.
back in the cabin late at night. You got some people vibing on the couch. Unless people would be doing other things, but I figured you guys might convene in the evening at the cabin. But up to you guys if you think
Defending the
someone else-
night.
Yep.
Oh my God, if
Batman's
we were
here now.
convening in
Did-
Actually, that's Nocturnal Mammal Man.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh my god. Did Zoe stay or did she like go back with anybody?
I mean, if you feel comfortable, she
welcome
would
to stay.
stay.
Okay.
Jeffrey might not feel.
I don't give a fuck. He's on the beach. No, I'm kidding.
Cortez is in the basement.
Athena probably, when everybody starts getting back, has Zoe like just hanging out in the main area while she's trying to like maybe clean up a little bit. See if anything like knocked down or broke or shook from
Couple
crashing
plates.
of the trees.
Ashley looks really excited to see Zoe there. Just giving her a big smile and
She'll
letting
have to
her
give
be
Ashley
there.
a hug.
Also looks happy.
Aw,
And Aria a
give her
hug.
back.
She stabs you. No kidding.
How you feeling, Zoe? Sorry, the city kind of looks crappy.
I can't really see it from here. Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, it's good. Good.
Trees
The
are kind
cabin's
of dead.
Yeah. We're gonna fix some stuff up. Don't worry about it.
How were things in hell?
Exactly what you'd expect. Which is exactly what we
fire?
want, yes. Yeah, there is a
Partially.
lot of stuff on fire in hell. This is true.
Demons?
Lots of demons.
That's what I
Some are
expect.
like me though.
Made of
Some are
blood?
bigger than me, some are smaller. There's a lot that are made of blood, not all.
Well, it's good that things are on the right track, at least, I assume.
Yeah, things are set up really nicely. I'm gonna be heading back monthly, maybe a little more starting off here. Death has some things in place, and the other Desire Demons are sticking around.
It's good, at least. But don't forget, even though you probably want to go back often, we still have that vacation we promised we'd go to.
Right, that vacation.
And your child.
I'm thinking about that too. I just don't want it to
Have you
happen
settled
during
on
the vacation or
names?
anything, you know?
That would never happen.
I'm sure the Celestials have it covered and will make sure that it arrives when it's supposed to. And you know the
Right, they
date,
have,
so
like,
it
a
should be
system
fine.
in place or something. Well, we don't have a date. They just send 2 weeks after
Mhm.
the Doors of Death is dealt with.
Besides, if it does happen on vacation, that means that you have rest before, you can deal with it, and then have time before you go back to hell to take care of your celestial child.
Right. Right.
Have you settled on names for him? Like if
Well,
it's
they
a
said
boy,
his name
have
is
you settled on a
Marielle,
name?
so
Are you gonna stick with that or give him?
I mean, that's
Everybody's around.
the
Just
same. I can't take away someone's name like that.
No, but some people have a name when they're adopted, and sometimes they change it, or you could have that be their middle name until they're ready to take on that responsibility.
True. I haven't really thought about that too much. What if they end up hating the name I give them, though? Ugh.
Then they can go
man.
with the celestial name, and if they hate the celestial name, then they'll just pick.
Or we
me.
could just not change it and call it a day. I mean, it's not that
Right,
difficult.
yeah, it's
just throwing out all.
It like
He's on the
takes
same
the
page as
pressure of
me,
naming
I'm on that
things
same page.
off. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there's just no pressure here.
It's your
And
kid.
if they want a different name later, oh, more the better. Congratulations. I'll call them whatever they want to be called. It'll be great.
Stars in
Oh
here with, like,
shit,
4
we're gonna have a
names.
kid.
What if I just call him exclusively child?
No,
Wait, that might not be a good idea.
That no, absolutely not. idea.
I'll have
Yeah.
Cortez like go through the stairs from the basement.
Athena looks dumbfounded. The fact he's like, what if you call them child? She's just
You
like,
guys are back
Welcome.
already.
Yeah,
Hi.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
I thought you were gonna be gone for a few months or something.
Nah, Ambrose did some really cool voodoo shit, and now the times are like together. It's really good.
And here I thought I was gonna enjoy some quiet.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't leave.
Not until the vacation.
Yeah,
We're in
not,
the city.
not until the vacation.
Oh, by
Nothing
the way,
ever bad
everyone,
happens.
our lovely captain from hell is going to be coming, but he wants the dragon. So Silver Lady and him have a plan to like put it into parts and then bring it here. Just keep that in mind because we're probably going to have to deal with people seeing a big ass mechanical dragon in the sky.
Honestly, they've seen worse. I think a mechanical
By
dragon
now?
would be better.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about what they might do since they've been
That's
in
why I
hell for
wanted
so
to
long.
warn, like, oh yeah, that too.
Their morals and views might have changed. Well,
Well,
we'll see.
I'm sure somebody would love to give them a how-to on Earth. Looks at Arya.
Well, one of them was
Not it.
in Earth.
Not it. He touches his nose.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. It's just I find it kind of, I don't know, I guess kind of rude because one is already in Earth, and I'll just be like, oh, since you haven't been in Earth, here's a guide to Earth.
Well, it's different
Dead
now.
man from
I think
Earth.
we had the right idea because some of the other people who've known hell more stayed in hell. And in his case, if he wants to be okay with the differences on Earth, just know that he'll get backlash if he doesn't kind of do what
Well,
Earth is
that's
like
why I
now.
was like, I want to let like at least some of the military know from other nations not to shoot the dragon, because I was like, what if the dragon is in the sky and the military wants to shoot, and his immediate response is, I'll just shoot him back. And I'm like,
And that
no, that's
is
not how
where
you do
you
that.
would come in, Arya.
Well, I already explained that to him, but then he was like, nah, it's simple logic.
We'll have a couple more discussions
just
with him before
warn-
he gets here then.
So just warn everyone about the
Actually,
dragon, not to shoot
you'll
the
have
dragon.
a couple more discussions with him before he gets here then. Yeah.
He doesn't like me. I don't think he even likes me.
He's making all these plans with you. He obviously likes talking to you about it.
Eh. He had a lot more of a pleasant talk with Silver Lady than. They were there. They were talking for hours.
Him and Silver Lady did talk a lot of fancy bullshit.
Maybe you could also get, I don't know, some other people's help that would adjust well to him. Doesn't have to be just Silver Lady or yourself.
I don't know. I guess. I mean, if when he does come over here, I could be there with Silver Lady to explain everything.
Yeah.
It's just I don't think he views me as intelligent as him, which is true. I'm not denying that I'm not as intelligent as him. It's just I think he thinks of people who are less intelligent as him than as like lower life forms, you know?
Well,
And so
first off, you're not less intelligent.
Yeah, is that thing that we said in hell still getting to you? I'm so sorry.
No offense.
No.
I was waiting for someone else to add it.
I'm glad there were more than just me.
Athena's gonna like grab a pillow that's nearby and just chucks it at Steinar.
Yes.
First
I'm
of
just
all,
laughing.
So we laughed at the pillow throw.
you were
There's
not.
a point where like Arya was literally about to screech in his face, .0 blank. I was like, I am smarter
I'm gonna
than
hold
this.
myself together. I'm gonna hold myself together.
I need to prove I'm smart. I don't act violence.
Zoe picks up the pillow and then throws it at Athena. It doesn't hits her like in the knee.
Athena, like, for a hot second,
No,
thought
we
about using her
love you,
powers, but just
Arya,
let it
we
out.
promise.
You're not
No, it's
dumb,
not.
Arya.
I'm saying compared to him,
You're not
I
dumb.
am
You're
less
not dumb
intelligent.
compared to
I'm
him.
not
No.
dumb. I'm saying less.
No.
I am less intelligent
Well,
than him.
He
I don't
has,
know about that one.
like,
Stop
2
hitting my
higher ink
knees
points
for a
than you.
second.
She's
Like,
madly
calm
giggling.
down.
Just hitting you in the knees.
Athena just lets it happen and then just looks to Arya. What I was going to try and finish saying is, well, yes, when it comes to scientific or robotics or things like that, you may not have that intellectual aptitude for it, but when it comes to emotional and understanding people, you're the smartest person in the room.
I was gonna say I was emotionally smarter than intelligently smarter, but you guys were saying saying no offense, Steinar.
We all went a little. I look over to Ambrose.
Ambrose is just
Probably
like
already
took
preemptively
the
holding
other
his ears.
pillows, put them around his ears, goes
Athena
to his
just can't help-
soundproof room and relaxes.
Athena just like kind of can't help but give out a laugh with Zoe's still doing it, and Arya screaming because
So,
Arya, you were being negative. I was trying to give you a positive.
I was gonna finish with my positive, but then you didn't let me finish.
Oh,
my
it was a
sentence.
sandwich all along. Okay, so positive, and then the critique, and then another positive at
Yes,
the
you
bottom.
understand.
Yeah, no, we just
Well-
get scared that you're always just gonna talk shit about yourself.
I think you
I
put
mean,
the
that's
meat of the
true, but I
sandwich
mean, at
outside.
least I'm
She
making
grabs
it
Zoe
Arya,
and like
positive.
puts her on her hip.
I was like, what? I mean, I'll put a positive in it, but you weren't wrong.
Athena's just now holding Zoe on her hip, just like, no more pillow for you.
She still has the pillow in her hands. She smacks you in the face with it lightly.
Don't even. I grab the pillow, I smack her back in the face.
She laughs, tries to grab the
another
pillow.
and
Just full
throws
force
that
breaks
Zoe
the
from-
child's
Yeah.
neck.
We're in
Mild-
a-
mild
I'm
Pillow.
gonna throw. I grab the pillow and I throw it at Cortez.
It like hits Cortez. He doesn't even bother. He just sees it on the ground and then just walks back down to the basement.
All right.
I heard
Projecting
it giggle in
comments
his soul.
aside. Hey Jeffrey, you want to come on in and update us on what happened in the city today? I say towards the backyard.
Oh, I got the lemonade!
Then she'll start
What?
speed making lemonade.
What time of day is it?
It's like 9
Nine.
at night.
Okay. He'll come back in, drinking a beer, and he'll say, well, we're making plans to build a memorial. We've already sectioned
Fuck yes.
landing pads for heroes to work on, and I've
Nice.
specifically requested that every boat has handles on it in case we need to lift them again.
Wow, these are very specific.
We should-
Jeffrey-ifying the city. I like
We
it.
should probably look into doing some escape routes, so that if there is imminent danger, we can just get people through through either escape routes or through the subway system.
Or more water in the city, just because then we'll have better travel. Nep can, I don't know.
We can make a river.
That'd be cool.
big enough for a boat with handles.
Yeah, I was joking about that part, but you know what? Fine. I'll add it to the list.
No, that
I
sounds
can't
very
wait
good.
for Thalia to look at you like you have two heads on that one.
I mean, he has a really good explanation though. She's gonna look at him with two heads, and then he's gonna actually explain himself, and she can't say no.
Yeah, but where are the handles gonna go?
On the side of a
The
ship,
bottom of the boat?
kind of like a suitcase.
So the top of the boat.
No, like the sides.
How are
And
you
if
gonna...
we're looking at it from Jeffrey's point of view, it's not going to matter either way because everything is metal. And I don't think any of us are strong enough to lift a boat.
Wow, you're really short selling people here.
I was gonna say, Mob can.
I'd
probably
actually
do it,
would
depending on what
appreciate some
form he's
handles
in.
if Jeffrey's not there.
Oh my
As
god.
this conversation about handles and boats and
giant cylinder.
buildings get underway, you
Ian
guys,
could probably figure it out too.
we will
not
continue
him.
on a little bit of things. While you guys get the logistics over the next few days of what your vacation would be, you guys are able to enjoy the vacations with things I already mentioned, like Ashley and Ian kind of combining and also picking up their kid, but also realizing they kind of had Star as a kid. That Star is the one that came over and talked to them. It's a little confusing over there. You meet Percy and Esmere, and things like that, and you guys have a wonderful and well-needed relaxing vacation. But there are some things that will eventually happen as well, kind of looking through that doc you guys all put together. I'm gonna jump.
Us really want to track down someone that we really want to
Yes.
kill.
I'm gonna-
Others of us
I'm
really
going
wanna have
to-
to focus on someone else we have to kill.
I'm gonna save those two things for various different one shots. I think those will be
to
fun.
ride a whole armadillo.
Yeah. Zune will
A
make sure.
giant horn.
I mean,
Ambrose
he could
will
probably
jump
do
on
that.
Percy's
Yeah, that's what I'm
back.
thinking. That will happen
Percy,
eventually.
do you mind?
Caboodle apparently is gonna
Ambrose
have.
wrote really tiny at the bottom of our list that he wants to ride an armadillo. You think you can?
I
do it?
like that Caboodle put new hairstyle twice. New hairstyle, change her hair up a bit. Two separate
I
lines.
didn't know that. I didn't
Um,
put a.
Yeah, she goes through two
I didn't know I
phases.
made it a full sentence. So
Yeah.
I just skimmed through my thing. I was like, new hair.
Gotcha. A couple things that will eventually start to happen more and more. Things like weddings will start being planned with Arya and Jeffrey after probably the vacation wraps up. Athena is able to adopt Zoe officially. Ashley and Ian are able to also plan their wedding if that's something as well.
I have a stipulation here.
Yeah.
Just because if we mighty morphed with our Monday personas who were already married,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
means we'd be
Nah.
marrying.
We getting married.
Renewing our vows.
The Wednesday wedding.
Married, or we
Nah.
a whole actual other wedding.
We having a wedding.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a big wedding for both you guys.
You don't
assuming
get a choice.
Arya and Jeffrey have a smaller wedding, I'm assuming.
I don't want a big wedding.
Okay, you guys both have
Honestly,
small weddings then.
Neither does Ian anymore.
Okay. Small weddings, private,
we
friends
all
and
want
family.
small weddings. Yeah, we want small
Friends and
weddings with the
family.
motley
Which
misfits,
still is like
exactly.
a fairly large wedding for probably the people you'd still invite, but not citywide.
Yeah, not a citywide wedding.
Yeah, thankfully not.
Yeah.
Just a
No.
couple
No.
helicopters going over, being like, "Hey, what are they up to? Oh my God, there's a wedding happening!" And then it's the buzz on the news of they did this without telling anyone. It's like, yeah, leave Jeffrey
It's
and
Shane
Arya
and
alone,
Courtney.
please.
Yeah.
Guys are Jeffrey and Arya and others that want to are able to get their own homes, but have the cabin still kind of be their group home in some aspects as well.
You know what? I'm gonna
Heaven
commit
is
to what
my
I
house.
said.
I need 24-hour notice. No, okay.
I think I'm gonna build our house on the beach.
Nice. You're able to. What country is he looking for their home?
I think still in Uniforta, just like
Yeah.
on the East Coast.
On the East Coast. Okay. Ian is able to start getting logistics down of what he'd want his hero organization to be. But Jonas, what is Ian looking for with a hero organization?
So, first thing that he would do is he would study the other hero organizations that are all around Uniforta, see how they run it, and then he would take that and he would make his own formula for it.
Uh-huh.
And then to kind of kickstart it, he would just put the E4N brand on it.
Yeah.
And I think what was it? Percy was talking about training the next generation of heroes, so I might contact that guy.
Yep. You see,
Get him involved on the project.
yeah, you see primarily that's what hero organizations, at least at the upper levels, are primarily making sure people are meeting certain standards in terms of conduct, in terms of ability, in terms of what they to do
Yeah.
in the public eye. But there are also more like public ones that's like anybody can be a part of it because on the East Coast you have to be a part of one. But the ones that are usually public, the skill level is a little bit lower because the money behind it is a little bit lower as well. So Ian
Yeah.
having a lot of money to put into this as well as that, he's able to do so. I think Percy would probably help out here and there. I know Arya would probably help out here and there as well. It's probably different members of your friends as well at different points.
yeah.
But like
Pretty
more
much-
just like classes here and there.
Ian's moving out of the spotlight and more into the background of things.
Yeah.
Just
Absolutely.
kind of trying to raise the next generation because he's done.
You see, surprisingly, assuming he would actually allow it, Minerva actually, while a little bit obnoxious at times, would be very helpful in terms of direction and how to actually get through to different heroes, even if you don't possess the same powers.
As much as Minerva annoys Ian, he's not going to be stupid. He is a good businessman at the end of the day, so
Yeah, he's a
he
little
would be
bit
like,
annoying, but you
at
know,
first he'd be like, no! In his head, and then he'd be like, yeah, I can see how this working.
yeah, that definitely happens. Slowly over time, you guys all do officially have those weddings, as we talked about. For those of you that want them, you guys, during that time, for those people that would be involved, try to track down Thomas, which
Yeah.
the reason it will be a one-shot is it proves very, very difficult. Finding someone that was previously dead, has no record of being on Earth except for over 300 years ago almost. Or not 300 years ago.
And can literally turn into a needle in a haystack.
Yeah.
They can literally turn into the hay in the haystack.
The hay and
Find
the needle.
the hay in the haystack. Find the sand on the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that I'm very well aware that that's going to be a challenge
Me
on
too.
So
itself.
every once in a
That's why I really
while,
wanna-
you occasionally find leads, but usually they lead in dead ends. Like someone that might have seen him or someone that noticed something strange. But it also doesn't seem like he's doing anything malicious. Seems like he is trying to hide, trying to assume that you would come after him and making sure you can't.
Fucker.
I think we're gonna jump over to with Athena, as this is at around the time that Ian is probably getting things ready. Things are planning. Athena, you're able to get a talk with Mirren. After all things are said and done, you are able to reach out to him if she would like to either talk about furthering or removing or whatever else that pact might entail.
Yeah, cool, great. I'm gonna do that.
So you contact him probably one evening, and you see you kind of get it's like she's probably, I don't know, would she go to alone to do it? Would she be with Cortez? She just in general?
She'd probably go outside, let Cortez know what she's doing.
Mhm.
And she'd kind of like go outside in the evening and just chill. And if he wants to be there, he can. But she won't force him because she knows he's trying to track down Thomas.
Mm-hmm. You see that you find yourself on the back deck Everything at this point has started to regrow, and things are a little nicer. The city is starting to look like a city again, a little bit more and more as time goes on. And you see that you reach out to him and kind of focus your thoughts on him. And you see he does just come out from inside the house, inside the
Nice.
cabin. You hear the
Love that.
door slide open. You think it's Cortez coming out, and you see it's Mirren. See, he's just chilling in like PJs essentially. It's just like very casual. Got the beanie on, t-shirt with like the robe. Got some Crocs on.
No, God, not the Crocs. I can't accept this.
He just sits down. You want to talk to me?
That is why I prayed.
Yeah. I can see. I can see that. And you did good, by the way. Everything all situated.
Thank you. And thank you for your help throughout it. I know I wasn't the most prayerful person, but the times that I needed you, you did come through, and I appreciate it.
Trying my best, to be honest. There's a lot we'd like to do, gods. I'd love to just walk on down there a long time ago and just snap their necks a few times. But if we do that, worse things happen.
So I saw.
So,
And
so what you want to do with all that?
I rather not continue this. I'm not saying that you haven't been helpful and that you're not great, but
I'm very great, that's for sure.
I want to have a peaceful life. I don't want to have a life that's tied to anything anymore.
That's very fair.
Doesn't mean I won't keep in mind what I've learned from you, but I just want to kind of enjoy what I have. I'm sort of done with all of the excitement and hustle and bustle of the world.
You know, that's perfectly, to be honest. It's a very reasonable thing. You have a good thing with Cortez and Joey and all your friends.
Thank you.
Not every day that you have someone so close. Cherish every moment you have.
Believe me, I know that very well.
Alright, the only way to get rid of it, though, is I have to draw on your forehead, alright? He pulls out a Sharpie and caps it with his mouth.
Why does this always have to be with a Sharpie?
It's just, well, normally it's like
But you could
ink
do
and
so much
tattooed.
better.
No, I know I could, but this is funnier. Alright, there you
What did
go.
write? What did you write?
Oh, you'll find out.
No, I won't, because I probably won't be able to see it, but everybody else will.
I think you know what a mirror is. You could probably
I
put your visual perspective outside your head with your powers anyway.
Could. How are things with the other gods and stuff? Are things coming down on your end, at least?
Yeah, for the most part. There's some things going on, but I can't say too much about that. You'll have to wait until they happen.
Oh, to throw the balance. Yes, I know.
Well, it's a pleasure doing business with you for a time. If ever need something else, you know where to go.
I'll put a sticky note on your back.
I'd like to see
Thank
you
you.
try.
We'll see.
I've put 3 on yours since we've sat here, so.
Yeah, I could feel them.
And your
But
shoes
we'll
untied.
try. Yep.
That wasn't me, that's just untied.
I'm not wearing shoes.
I know. You see, you look down, there's an untied shoe on your foot. You're like, what? And then you
hates him so much.
and you look back
Why?
and he's gone.
I take the one singular shoe.
You don't know whose shoe this is. It's not your shoes.
It's just it's gonna sit on my porch. It's just gonna sit on my porch like a little decoration. If somebody recognizes it, I'll be like, "Great, here you go." But otherwise, I'm gonna go back in. I'm gonna check on Zoe, and then I'm gonna walk
He's
down
asleep
to
at the time.
Cortez.
Walk down to Cortez. Cortez, you notice it says
Forgot to check the mirror. It's fine. I think at this point,
I don't know. I'm gonna say something I don't think is like I'm like debating now. I'm second guessing if I think it's
Do
funny.
it. No balls.
But Cortez, you're not sure what Athena's trying to pull, but she has written on her forehead, poorly drawn in Sharpie. It just says "Want some fuck?" ?
Oh my god!
You're just like, what the?
Looks at her very questioningly.
She's gonna like
turns back to the monitor, looks back at her.
You also
cover
notice
it with her hair as much as possible.
He points to his forehead, like signaling hers.
Yo, I don't want to know what it says, Cortez.
So you don't know what it says.
No. But judging by reaction, it's not great.
He detaches his
Oh god
mirror
damn it.
and holds it in front of her.
She kind of like blinks and then illusions it to be gone and decides to deal with it later.
she forgets in the morning. Zoe sees it. What's that mean?
No,
no, she wouldn't. I know.
You
If
imagine?
you can't tell, Murin.
That would make a lot more sense.
Yeah. If I wanted to have sex with you, I'd be a little bit more direct. Not on my fucking forehead.
It's pretty direct.
Shut up! Listen, man. Anyways, I think he's gonna come over and sit with him.
You see, as she sits down with you, you notice there are 3 sticky notes on the back of her jacket.
What do they each say?
Want some fuck?
What-
Want some fuck? Want some
Well,
fuck?
one says, "I'm horny." The
Oh
other
my
one
God.
says, "Take me now, Cortez." The other one says,
Oh
the other says, the one says, "Let's buy some Crocs."
I'm just gonna take them off, crumple them up extremely fast, and then throw them away.
You see, you throw them and they hit you in the back of the head somehow.
Thought we were done.
You want a peaceful life?
You see another one. You see one final. You see one final sticky note appears in your hand. It says, "Now we're done." Into the heart.
She holds it up to Cortez, showing him like it's done, it's over.
So that's it. No more connection with Murin.
No, I thought about it, and I don't want any other connection than the one that I have with you, Zoe, and our friends.
That's fair.
Just gently put her head on his shoulder. Any luck so far?
Continues to type away.
No.
Another dead end.
We'll find him. You know we will.
As that evening comes to a close, Arya, you also have begun work on writing down stories and recorded of those that were lost in that event. It's going to be a long process, but is something
is
you've
going
been
to be a
working
long
on.
process. I will say,
Mhm.
because we're making the memorial park and everything,
Mhm.
my idea was once I got all of these stories done, like the way it's going to be is why it's going to be a very lengthy process, but it's going to be like anecdotes from, or not anecdotes, like how the parents, if there is any, friends, any like connections that they had,
Mhm.
and if Arya had any interaction with them,
Mhm.
but then also would also say like a bunch of nice things about them at like the end, and that's how the book will be structured. And then once all of those are settled, she's going to essentially make it a little free library in the park,
Very
so
cool.
everyone can just freely read it.
Right. So with that, you guys took your vacations, all that. You've done a lot of these things. You progressed towards that. I'm assuming Ashley and Ian would also have their own place where they're taking care of Marielle and also Medusa. Want to confirm?
Yeah.
Ian
I
being
mean,
the
I would
more
assume so.
being the more retired one of the two.
I am retired. I mean, I'm like quotation marks
Yeah,
retired.
you guys have, I'm sure,
Because
are
like
all
I definitely
quotation
still
marks
keep my hero license and stuff up to
Yeah.
date, but like I don't do hero work.
You guys have also been told
I'm
by
the
pretty
opposite.
much every country on Earth that you are welcome in their borders for anything, anywhere. Like pretty much all of you guys.
Aw.
Like
Well,
with
I
exception
hope
of
all of us.
exception of Delton, but they just didn't send anybody and they didn't care.
Frick you guys! I say we wage war. You should have sent people, huh?
Yeah, I would say one of the things Ashley would probably be doing for after the back of vacation, besides going in and checking on Hell and things like that. She's
Well, it's just
occasionally
'cause after the vacation, now it's like, okay, I have to. We're talking with new people on Earth 2. I gotta go
Yep.
back and talk to Celestial Child. but
Ashley is
also
okay.
spending a
I'll
lot
be
of
the
back and forth,
stay-at-home
back and
dad.
forth.
Go to hell, yeah. So it's gonna make sense. She's just going through a bunch of different realms. It's great.
Also, you guys find out this is like not something that's directly involved with you guys, but something that would probably end up eventually being something you're aware of. Is you're talking with a person that is simply known as A2.
Well, we know
About
who A2
you
is.
guys know who A2, but like in terms of Wednesday, someone who's known as A2. He
Help.
describes himself
I
as
don't know.
that's Ashton, Crow's character, who's a
Ashton
wizard.
created Ashton the wizard created another one of him so
Clone
that he
himself.
can get more shit done. So A2 is his clone that we're working with.
Yeah.
Bro, that's
and-
it's such a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. So
and
he get more
then-
shit done.
And then he
Hey,
talks
another
about
Ian.
two things primarily with Silver Lady, about setting up a permanent portal.
I was
That
gonna say the last bullet of mine was to help
Yep.
the MOP organization on
mainly because he found out what happened with Ashley and Ian. He said he wants to make a very convenient way for them to go back and forth
for us
as
to go back
needed.
and forth. Love that because I was gonna just keep asking my celestial seraphim daughter,
Which
also
which didn't really go. It's not as reliable. Like, what do you mean? You told them to meet me at this time. It's been 40 minutes. And then one time they just don't show up. But yeah,
Sorry, fiance takes priorities.
just busy doing stuff with my friends.
Aren't you married by now?
Probably.
Yeah, they are.
I probably would be.
Yeah, they are. By now, yeah.
Yeah. But you see that that he sets up this project with Silver Lady. You guys are kind of told about it. Thalia's told about it. That was also with the person you met knowing to be Remy, that you've seen a couple times hanging out with Star. And they put up this big project, which essentially is like this a bunch of different points across places you trust across the earth, because they explain it that it cannot be used too many times in one spot.
I was gonna say if it's just like the people who know about it, then that's fine.
Yeah.
I feel like not everyone should know that this exists and that
Yes,
people
but they
go
work
to
together with you with people they trust, and they said they plan on making a flying island that rotates around the earth so that it is never actually in one spot. But that's something that requires a little bit more resources, and they want to make something that will never have to perpetually
Okay, Wizard Sam.
do that. And they are able to portal you back and forth and things like that, and they eventually get permission to set up an A3.
Oh shit!
So now you-
Crows message you this? This is amazing.
Nah, but I figured he would do that. A3, who starts setting up a wizard school in the same spot on both worlds.
I love that.
But yeah, and then you get
Listen,
more and more
Athena
people.
on this world is gonna really love this. So
Yeah, and Athena gets really good at magic if she wants to, which will eventually lead into you guys actually being able to find Thomas, because Athena learns how to scry.
What I miss?
Nothing. Just more that
Oh yeah, he did.
Nothing.
A2 makes another Ashton that's A3 on our planet after setting up the portals from the MOP organization with the Drake, Remy, and Wayne.
Oh, cool.
You mean Ren?
And Ren. But
Because
Ren's
Wayne
doing
isn't
a lot.
Wayne a god?
Wayne's a god.
Wayne and A1 or normal
Ashton,
Ashton are
Ashton.
the ones that are actually setting up the galactical things right now.
Yep.
But A3 now sets up a wizard school and a wizard tower, the same place that A2 set up theirs on Earth 2.
Bro, I want an A2, but like,
And Athena,
Yes.
if she wants to, learns a bunch more magic there, and that's what helps us scry on Thomas to find out where Thomas is. But this has to happen like later.
Yeah, that happens like a good bit later. You start meeting more people that are, and you kind of slowly get to know some of the people from the Monday world. Not like well, but you kind of like swap stories. You go visit a little bit. Well, depending, yeah.
Like, well, yeah, such and such and so and so, and also, Mop, you should probably head back there and like say hi to everyone again because everyone really misses you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little weird for Mop and Cortez to go over there. But you see that there are like Star that comes down to you guys with Quileel one day, and it's like they just kind of bring up the conversation of I think it's kind of important for the sake of things. They don't really want to say why, but the rest of you that have counterparts on the other Earth to combine.
Yuja,
Dead people.
how do you
I'm
fuse
so
with the
sorry
dead
for you
person?
guys. No, you can't fuse with your dead
Oh,
self.
okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
He
I
fuses
was
with
the
his
true
dead
self,
self and then
anyways.
he dies as well.
I have a question, Purple.
Yeah.
How does that affect Drake having the silver mop powers?
They're kind of soul
The silver
bound.
heart.
If you guys took the time to look into it through Ambrose, is the way that the silver heart works, regardless, is it doesn't follow normal space-time. So normally it would be like, oh, you pass it down to the next person, but since Drake had the silver heart passed down to him before Mop passed it down to whoever he passes it to on Wednesday game, Drake is the next in the timeline. And then they have basically a flip-flop of who passes it down next. And it was still always
It's four-dimensional.
Yeah.
This is always going to exist regardless of what point in time.
even if time overlaps, even if time.
Because it's going to have to happen regardless.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's just multiple instances of that happening. One thing to note,
That's why I'm-
though. Oh, unless yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just going to add on you actually explained this at the end of Monday, but it's been a very long time since we've done Monday D&D stuff.
Couple years.
But it's like you both are soulbound connected. The way that Steinar, Stevenson, and Mop in this case can look back and talk to people like Moonly and other people that he can get inspiration from. Those people don't stop existing, as we've already seen. So it's like you guys are literally just soulbound by the same soul that's going to go where it needs to go later in time. Your soulmates. Congratulations.
Yeah. One thing that ends up happening is there anybody that was vehemently opposed to combining your other world counterparts?
Absolutely.
Jeffrey?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was about to say, Jeffrey's not into that shit.
Good. The other Jeffrey wasn't either.
I was gonna say that I feel like both Jeffries would be like, nah, man, you stay over there. Fuck
You stay over there. I like my life. Fuck you.
I don't know
Or
this
stuff-
fucking guy.
They walk in, yeah, exactly. They
I
walk
don't-
in,
I
that's
don't-
trippy. Nah,
Nah, I ain't even doing it.
It's easier to
Well,
keep
I'm not
track of
doing it
one
either.
world.
I don't want whatever trauma you have, and you don't want mine. Okay?
I didn't ask for it.
I didn't ask for yours.
Great.
Good. I'm glad we agree. Angrily walks away.
Yeah,
easier to
they're
keep
the
track of one world.
same.
And then Arya is like in a weird predicament now of
Who's
like,
actually trying to argue the proper thing here.
It's like they're just
Jeffrey, it's
the
really
two
not that
Arias
bad.
are just
Jeffrey!
watching.
Jeffrey,
And
I
then
I'm just
promise
im-
it's really not that
Yeah,
bad.
It's
I'm
like,
just imagining them
we're
arguing.
Other Jeffrey, it's really not that bad.
both Jeffreys yell at the same time. Fuck you to both Ashley and Ian.
So did you lose your memories too, or how'd that
We
go for
love
you?
them.
You see
You
the-
love yours.
Arya
yeah.
is dealing with all the overwhelming emotions.
So now, what is? I didn't ask though. Is Arya gonna commit to it? Yes or no?
I mean, yes. Yeah, she will.
She has to split her time between
She'll-
two
like, I think it's
Jeffreys.
like on accident, like how like
She's
how
cheating on
Ashley and Ian's was like on accident because they were like so close. They were just gushing
Mhm.
about their respective Jeffreys, and that just happened.
It happens. And there it is.
Wow.
All right, you see Jeffries now. It's either you're gonna have her.
They're not
go
even.
through each world.
They're not
and
even in the
you're
same
not gonna-
room.
No, that's why I'm yelling.
All right, Jeffrey. See, like now she's gonna have to split her time.
She's gonna have to split her time. Don't do this to Arya. Come on. Make it a really good arm wrestle war thing.
Jeffrey, we
And-
have a daughter.
What the fuck?
What? Huh? Which one are you talking to?
I
Yeah, I
think
didn't know that.
No, sorry, not you, Jeffrey. No.
What?
You're,
Not me?
You're fine. Yeah, no, not you, You. I accidentally combined. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Great.
Jesus
Gee,
Christ.
great. Thanks.
Why haven't they
Sorry,
combined yet?
Because they're like standing on the opposite side of the room from each other.
So fucking stubborn.
Well, Jeffrey, if you wouldn't mind, pretty.
You know what? You fucking owe me a beer.
Wait, which Arya was pregnant?
Are you talking to me?
Oh,
No, I'm
that
talking to
Arya.
us.
Well,
Wait, what?
his
Well,
his are.
I owe me a beer.
all right. You know what? I owe you a beer. You owe me a beer.
Okay.
Just
sounds good.
fuse.
Oh,
Beer fusion.
I'm doing it when I want to.
I can get the beer for you. it's no
Actually, you
trouble.
guys should see how long you guys can stay next to each other before it happens. Because I feel like you guys have the will for that.
Yeah, I also have the will to split her apart.
Encouraging them.
Well,
Fucking
In what
divorces
way,
Arya
Jeffrey?
from herself.
So eventually, after they take their good and damn time with a beer and a drink, a beer, a root beer, some hot
they're
dogs,
sweating
burgers.
a little because they're too close to each other and they feel it
They're
happening.
sitting on like the opposite side of the bar.
Not yet.
One of them's like, no, that's not how you
Not gonna let
sizzle
it
the goddamn
finish.
burger. And then they get
I
too
gotta
close. I'll
finish
show you
my
how it's done.
goddamn
Bumps into the other person to shove him out of the way.
Like at one
Damn
point,
it.
like Arya comes over and is like,
All right, that's it.
No,
I'm going to pick up my kid and from school, and if you two aren't fused by the time I get back,
are you gonna
you
tell
will
him about
be
the adopted
in
one or no?
trouble.
Adopted.
Yeah, he doesn't really go around very
Well-
much. He kind of just like in heaven or whatever.
We have 2 kids, but he's really busy with life right now. I don't want to bother him about it, so I'll just let him be right now. But yeah, we have
The
2
implications
kids.
from my perspective are so fucking funny. Ryan's gonna be like, what?
They slowly combine after they get on the same page but don't like it. But now,
Thank you, Jeffrey. I love you. Oh.
Coping with the PTSD that's layering on top of the other PTSD.
the only difference really is Wednesday Jeffrey had to deal with it way more directly. And then Monday Jeffrey dealt with it way less directly but for longer.
I would imagine what happens is you see them combine and they're just They're sitting there for a moment, and they look down, and they scratch their neck, and they're like, I thought that'd be a lot worse.
Yes, it's not bad. I had mine accidentally happened, and I wasn't in pain.
You see, though, the one instance where there is no combination is Daniel and Ambrose do not combine.
They're
L.
two different people.
That makes sense.
And one's actually realized fully himself, and the other one is a different human, a different normal human.
Athena
Oh,
definitely
human
will
boss.
combine.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, she definitely will.
I was gonna say, save Monday, Athena, please. She's so depressed.
Yeah,
She's fine.
she's so
Please save
sad.
her.
She's so depressed. And the
Athena-
other one,
Athena-
She's gonna
Athena
feel
from
so
Wednesday
happy
comes
being
over and she
full
goes
again.
so-
probably give
You're,
Cortez the biggest hug in the world.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, Athena comes home, sees
Not only
Zoe,
that, but
gives
she's
Zoe
more
a hug, then
powerful
goes
just
over.
now. Oh, she's
Yeah.
gonna be so happy.
There's a really big hug for no reason, Cortez.
Well, for big reasons, he knows.
But he doesn't know.
He doesn't
He
have
doesn't
those
know.
memories.
People know that they died.
I mean, you guys would probably eventually figure that out, and
Yeah.
I don't think
told
that.
it
I don't think we start
last
off the
session?
conversation.
probably not.
With,
Last session,
"Hey."
we started off the conversation
Oh, that's
with,
true.
"Hey, you guys passed." They already know.
Because
We're
the
being
hug
back
from
on the beach
Esmeralda.
with Esmery and
Esmeralda,
Ezra
yeah,
was
not
like,
being
hey,
subtle.
yeah, I know
But
you.
he
And he's
doesn't
like,
know
what
if
the
they were
fuck?
close or not.
what? That
Yeah, no,
and
Athena
were close?
hugs the shit out of him really, really tight. Anyways, there might be a kiss involved.
Well, there should be.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, perfect.
That's a
Yep.
good kiss.
It's a really
Okay.
good kiss.
So then, after not a long time, but a decent bit of time, I'd also mention. Actually, I want to do this first because Steinar didn't get a chance to write as much this time. Is there anything you want to do that is not on the sheet that you'd like us to know about?
What did I write?
Nothing.
Did I not? What? When was this? I must have just missed it. Whatever.
Kier posted it last week, and you were big sleep last week, so that might have been why.
Yeah, that's probably why. That makes more sense.
Big
Evil
busy.
Patrig.
That's the thing. It was like, I think when I first had when we had talked about this before, I think I mentioned that wanted to make like an organization like in Monday.
Mhm.
But instead, I think Mob just wants to offer his services to the entire world. So he's
Yeah.
just going to want to travel around and protect the world, not just Arbale.
Yeah, he absolutely does that, and then the world's kind
Seamus.
of getting more and more.
Can I ask Mop then if he wanted to help me out with the thing that I had listed
Yeah.
on mine?
Yeah, for sure. I'm assuming that was happening. That's kind of what I was leading into a little bit. You do connect Mission of Peace, which is MOP.
Well,
which-
not just
no?
MOP. The one above it, I
gotcha.
wanted to establish a
Special
more
Heroes
Special
Task Force, yeah.
Heroes Task Force, but it's specifically for the people who are demons, celestial monsters that are just not the normal superhero human that we
Mhm.
have here on Earth. Because these people can then be used for different greater things and aren't necessarily shunned. And in this case, if Mop's one leading it, because he is literally the most unique
Yeah.
of the heroes here.
That sounds like
could probably be
also
really
a fun
helpful.
one shot.
Hey.
The Special Heroes Task Force that's just all
You guys-
non-human people.
You guys want to, get funding from my hero organization? Get boost the clout. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of back and
Brand
forth
awareness.
helping
Hero
out.
director, because I didn't know if Thalia still wanted to do the shit she was doing right now.
As of right now, she is
Seems
not
like
retired.
Our Thalia wanted to. Yeah, exactly. It seems like our Thalia was definitely like, yeah, I'm in it for the long haul.
Yeah,
Um,
at least for now. General keeps
so it
trying
might
every once in a
start
while to
off
be like,
with
you should
her,
retire.
But if Mop, because that's a cooler idea, Steinar. If you bring up the whole, but let's offer this to the world, and it's like we're huge too, and it's gonna make a lot more sense when even bigger things start
Yeah.
happening with the bigger, weirder monster creature things.
Oh yeah.
Then that's even better.
Also, to touch on after that month that Ashley spent, you bring Captain Andre over, and about like 3 weeks later, they have their dragon up and running, and then they fly off into the ocean. and then just
Into
disappear.
the ocean?
Not into the ocean, but like above it. Not
Oh.
really like over any specific landmass. They just vanish.
Yeah. I mean, we'll know where they are. This is fuck. The dragon's gonna be like the biggest. We know exactly what's happening, so I'm not worried.
Yeah. So as of like right away, they don't seem to be causing any problems.
Yeah.
They're just flying around. Occasionally, you see them land
Give me
on the
my
coast
earrings
somewhere.
back!
They lost
yeah,
the no. They get the earrings back.
I
They
would
get the
get his
earrings
earrings back. Yeah.
back.
Good. I
Yeah.
am complete now.
You see the worlds. You see more and more people. Not like overwhelming so, but like people start to come over more from Monday and back to Wednesday, and you meet people more, get used to them more, connect with things like your organizations with Mission of Peace, with Special Heroes Task Force, kind of interfacing with like some of the secret organizations they had on in the Monday world. And then you kind of start slowly making plans to deal with Zack and what that means with Esmeralda, knowing about the Shattered Realm and how fucked it is and how really bad it is him being there. Because Esmeralda would tell you that he's probably a lot more powerful for two reasons. One, the world itself is an embodiment of chaos as a way to keep stronger creatures there in check. And also the fact that there is a demigod that is loose in there somewhere that they have not been able to find. Kaz9, the god of time. It's the minor god of
I
time.
forgot that Cas9 is still lost.
So Zack plus Kaz9 seems like it's a bad idea because at the moment, Esmeralda can't even enter the Shattered Realm, and no one can. Ambrose, Daniel, no one. They are blocked. Every time they go for it, it almost like time reverses and they get shot back out.
Love that.
So that will be a bigger project later. But yeah, that's fun.
That's real great.
What
That's
if you like
awesome.
reverse the reverse time? Maybe it'll work that time.
I mean, you
Ooh.
might need Athena for something like that, is what I'm saying. And Moogles
Okay,
will have to
it'll
play
be
two
Drake.
characters.
I thought, yeah, I'll do it.
Classic Drake saying.
You don't have to if you really want to. I can play Athena if you
I
prefer.
mean, I can attempt, but if it's too much, I'll let you know.
Okay, gotcha.
The only thing, would that affect the thing that we already set up?
Not really, maybe a little bit. Like that's part of it, but then we kind of plan to get people involved. That's kind of where we left that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because originally that was not. Sticky Zack was not a thing, but now he is a thing. So I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that that was all hunky dory.
Yeah, it'll be stuff like that.
Oh, great.
But yeah.
I'm
Also,
so
one thing
excited.
as Mop, you've been traveling around, you have not necessarily large, but a very fun and flamboyant wedding, and because of Seamus. With Seamus, I'm assuming they would get married at some point.
Nah, Mop
Oh, yeah.
dumps that bitch.
Yeah.
Really,
He
really
says,
hard.
you know what? This isn't working
Oh.
out.
I just had a thought. The Monday Seamus, if they fuse, he wouldn't have to
Back
deal
with
with
Mop again.
the
He has
loss.
to do the death of Mop.
Oh, Seamus!
What if I told
Oh,
you they didn't
Seamus.
combine?
They didn't have to,
Don't
but you know.
combine.
No, they do. You see, the more people
Oh,
you
I
send
thought you
over
said they
there
weren't
to
able to.
combine, I was joking. I did say that, but we were joking. But you're able to see like more and more people, like just when you introduce them face to face, they do combine. One thing that Athena would probably notice more first before any of the other members of her party is those like, not really kids at this point, but like Remy and Percy and Esmeralda.
Hey, we still call them the kids.
They're still sort of kids, but they're like almost the same age.
Ambrose, Ian, and Ashley are still called the kids.
I mean, they're like the
And
same
then
age as you
Monday
guys.
D&D could still be called the kids. Yeah.
But they
What
don't
a
have
child.
duplicates. The only people that you've been able to determine don't have duplicates.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kids and-
Also,
Drake
I
does
keep
have people.
I keep Madam Red far away from Zoe.
Yeah, well, her usual way of transport is kind of out of the mission. Otherwise, Esmeralda knows she absolutely would.
Well, if she has her mirror, so she would contact her.
Yeah.
Is the thing. One of them has the mirror. One of them does.
Yeah. But for the most part, that wraps up a lot of our stuff. At the end of the day, they will all have generally pretty long and happy lives. I will mention off that Zoe gets more confident as time goes on, a little bit as well, less like afraid of everything. Medusa kind of has moments, but recovers from her traumas of things, and also becomes a generally pretty powerful hero because she finds out that she can, one, turn people to stone, but also reverse that process. So she's able to be very non-lethal as well. Arya and Jeffrey have technically multiple kids and maybe more depending on how things go. But we could talk about a lot of these fun things later. Cortez, one thing I want to touch on before we fully move on to a lot of things is you said you did want to remove the Demon/Celestial Core with the help of Silver Lady and Quilio. And want to remove to a less destructive.
The thing is, the biggest reason, there are two big reasons. One, he doesn't want to be a walking nuclear bomb anymore.
Fair.
But two, he does want to let Silver Lady know, like, hey, whatever documentation you had that created this core, destroy it. Destroy any evidence of this existing, because this could potentially be extremely dangerous, like, in general.
Yeah. You see that she does that without question. Quilil is very easily able to remove it, and then Silver Lady is able to basically reconstruct a body that is very similar to what you had before, just with a different power source that's a little bit more similar to Ian's. Quilil also does ask you, do you want to commit to this pact for sure? Like, very openly just says, is this something you want?
He will deny. He would say, no, I think I'll just live out being myself with no connections.
One thing I will say on this, you've saved the world. Not just one world, but all of them. Because that was a domino that would knock the rest down. You've done so much of a service that I'd be more than happy to let you keep using my power as you need it. It seems like there's still things you need to do. But unless the worlds are planning to fall over again, I will never call upon you and pull you away from the life you're trying to live.
Very well. I'll agree to this.
Nods. Actually gives him like a rough one-arm embrace if he'll allow it. It just seems a
He'll
little...
allow it.
And then leaves him alone. Unless he needs her or vice versa. But unless the world start ending, she doesn't plan on it.
And he, for the most part, and he, for the most part, because he knows he has it, but he's definitely not going to try to rely on any celestial power for as long as he's able to.
Yeah, for sure. He has it if he needs it, as in his back pocket for safety. That's kind of why Quilil seems to wanted to allow him to do so. Athena, you were able to find a little bit about your ancestry. It's probably a little less priority at times, but you do find some stuff. Obviously, you know, her mother and her father, which she kind of knew. She knew her father kind of went off the deep end at one point, and she slowly uncovers through looking at Seth Rose, formerly, you know, Queen Rose. Their ancestry kind of pieces a lot of things together. It seems that your father did have an affair with another woman that caused Seth Rose to exist. Dumped Seth Rose off with with basically friends of on the other mother's side. Murdered the mom to help deny it, and then basically got himself thrown in jail to avoid having to tell his actual wife about it, and made it seem like he just went crazy instead. And then
I love my dad.
Yeah. He wasn't the best. Your uncle, also crazy. Find out that he was a somewhat famous serial killer. That you were just, you know, living with.
I lived with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh wow.
fortunately didn't murdered or anything like that. It seems though that there was a small connection to his abilities because when he was a serial killer that escaped the prison that he was locked in, one of the very few to do at that prison. It seems like the way he might have gotten his shadow powers was because of Elias Morose.
I
during that
enjoy
incident.
that.
Classic Elias.
And
Elias.
yeah, Elias fucking everything up for everybody, always.
Even in death.
Even in death.
Frick that guy.
Even in death.
We love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, frick
Thank
that
you.
guy.
Thank you
There's
for letting
also
me know.
yeah, and then between all of you guys, occasionally, very occasionally, you find rumors of the past sneaking up. Like as we already mentioned, little rumors about Thomas. Occasionally you find little rumors about possibly the Band of the Metal Dragon sinking a ship in the middle of what would be the Atlantic or Pacific, but not really able to find anything about it, and then not having proof to like accuse them, but it's infrequent. You also get occasional rumblings of people that still are trying to keep Elias Morose's crazy ideals alive. But usually nothing big enough to worry about. And if any time it was found, you guys band together and crush it. But that, at one point, does prove that shadows of his existence still exist in different corners of the earth. But
I will dedicate my limited time to destroying those shadows.
But Thea,
You're
though,
tired.
But Thea, though, unlike these other past villains, Thea is never really brought up, mentioned, or uttered, except for maybe the possible one time.
Fucking PTSD.
The possible one time Zoe mentioned hearing a voice in her head. But it was never again after that one moment on the vacation.
It was never heard again?
That you know of. Never mentions it. She never says anything. Dina's never able to find anything. Other than that line of, finally nice to meet you, was the only thing that was ever said on that vacation one time.
Okay. I mean, if need be, Athena might use Esmeralda to help with that, with the, ghosts and stuff, and that.
Yeah.
I don't know if would bring anything up.
No, seems perfectly normal. No ghosts. Esmeralda does a bit of poking around to make sure there aren't any malicious ghosts. She seems mainly, that was one of the rumblings of Elias, that Elias was able to come back to life on her world because Shambros reanimated his ghost with the help of Osiris. So she's trying to make sure his ghost isn't around on the other Earth.
Oh yeah, fuck that shit. I'm gonna crush him.
She isn't able to find him, for good or for bad. You think he's gone. But Marielle, on the flip side of that, grows to be like the nicest and just happiest and just bubbliest little boy. Picks up speech very easily and is like one of those kids that speaks way too well for a 3-year-old.
Oh, hell yeah. We're teaching him multiple languages, by the way.
Multiple languages.
He's got to know demonic and celestial.
Demonic, celestial,
like earth languages.
English, maybe some Spanish with Cortez.
Probably have to brush up, actually learn fully demonic.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm
So
teaching
you
both
wanted
my
me
boys.
to
It's
teach
okay.
what?
Hey, I already knew it mostly.
Please, Cortez.
Learn sign language from Puddle Boy and Arya.
Por favor, Cortez.
I love it. Caroline doing bad Spanish is the funniest thing. One thing.
Perfect.
All right, I was gonna ask you about that soon. Yeah, we'll teach him Darkari,
Yeah.
Let's go.
Zoe is
Jeffrey,
like,
please hold off on teaching him any bad curse words. But if you do, if you can give him your little cute Jersey accent, that would be great too.
I will never give my accent away.
He's
my whole
gonna sound most like Ian because that's who he's spending the most time with.
probably
Hey, I'm spending a lot of time.
a lot
with
of
you
time,
guys.
but Ian is still spending more.
Well, a lot of times Ashley wants to bring Marielle with her. and
No.
we'll have to convince her.
Absolutely not. Out of the question. Not until they are older.
The kid's gotta learn, you know.
Come on, he's like super well rounded
He's
and
7.
also very
wanna
powerful.
go,
Come on.
Dad.
He'll be
No.
so fine.
wanna
He'll be so
No.
fine.
Maybe when you're older.
But you can carry me. You said you always protect people.
Yep.
Mhm.
And I'm protecting you.
But you
And
not
By not allowing you to
scratching
go.
my
But I
back the whole
thought you
time.
were fun.
Nope.
You also said you were the funnest person.
I
He's
used
telling
to
you
be
not
fun.
anymore.
Nope.
Then he became a
Not fun.
dad.
I'm gonna ask.
Parenthood changes a man.
I'm gonna ask Uncle Mop. He'll take
No,
me.
Uncle Mop does. He just says yes to whatever. No.
Yeah, you should ask.
No,
Mom,
I'm
because
putting my
he'll
foot down.
understand where I'm
Nope.
coming from.
No. No, this is not up for debate.
I just hope
This
you
is not
recognize
happening.
that if something
Eat your
happens to
cereal.
us, that's not gonna end well.
And then to little progression, I already mentioned how Medusa's power progresses as she gets older. For Marielle, as I mentioned, it has like this very unique kind of spiritual flow, able to use different auras that we've kind of talked about and kind of convert them into energy and power. Able to do that and also manifest them into animal-like creatures. Like, you know, like one of them that they create first is like this spiritual like Chinese dragon, but like this white energy that kind of is able to carry things, attack, move around, but it's not big at first, but that's like one of the first things they're able to do. That and then make like these spiritual doves that kind of fly around at times.
Yeah. Ian would make sure that, you know, the powers progress nicely. And not let them go on dangerous field trips
Of
with Ashley until they're like, I don't know, like
But I do want
10.
him to be
Teenager, 10,
exposed
you know,
to
12
all
ish,
different types
13
of-
maybe.
I want him to be exposed to all different types of people and powers and whatever.
Oh,
just so
don't
that
worry,
he's not
we'll
strictly
travel
someone.
around
One thing that is a interesting experience
on freaking Earth.
As they get a little bit older, they are invited to the other world, and it's very strange because it's not something they expect from their Monroe, but the other Monroe invites Ashley and Ian to go with Marielle to meet Sistiel on the other Earth. That at this point, Sistiel is like 12.
Okay, so those of you who didn't play Monday D&D probably need to
Yeah.
understand what any of that means.
Hey, I don't need to understand. I just need to know what's best for my child.
Sistiel is the other Star Guardian.
Yeah, and yeah, seems legit. You know, they can like mingle and whatnot.
Yeah. Sistiel being a creature of chaotic, happy energy, but fire. Fire at all times. Fire. Burning everything. Marielle doesn't. Marielle being younger, and she's just trying to be like, I'm an older sister. I need to help. I want to show them everything. But, you know, when the first
wanna
time they
see me
meet,
burn down a tree?
Marielle is like 4 and doesn't really like them. They do not get along. And when you ask about them later, they just say, just too hyper.
Okay. Well, we'll steal sometimes.
But also, you know, growing up with Nico and Vanessa.
Oh, that's right.
Steal Nico and
had
Vanessa.
siblings.
Weird
And then
demon
Mario
kids.
is growing up with technically Zoe.
Yeah.
They get along.
Chiller.
Zoe
Way chiller.
Zoe is like a great big sister, sort of. Like great cousin, sister, whatever you want. They usually probably would go by cousins. I would say probably would make the most sense. While Medusa is great. She has, you know, she doesn't really like, she's not a very emotional child at this point. Zoe is very emotional and she stops suppressing a lot of those emotions and gets more confident. But she also
Yay.
is very much like tries to be careful with her powers. Like she doesn't even want to use them, and she seems.
Like Elsa.
It's not that she realizes they just can be very dangerous. She doesn't even know Thea on a personal level, but she knows how dangerous they can be. So she's very hesitant to make decisions because she fears the idea of accidentally using her powers to manipulate people.
I think Esmery would help in that category a little bit.
A little bit here and there, and it's definitely like a work in
Oh, so
progress.
emotions. Cortez got that down.
Shit. And she kind of like learns to use it in the right way from Cortez at times, but at the same time she's like so emotionally aware, more so than probably even Arya as she gets older, of just being like Arya is probably a big help too, of like just sometimes you got to commit to it, you know. But she, unfortunately, as she gets older too, she looks more and more like her mother. That's the only real shadow of Thea that exists. But with that,
Interesting.
I think we've wrapped up a lot of the things we need to wrap up in this session. I think there will be more things I'd be more than happy to talk to you guys about as the sessions go on.
Shots.
Just like if you ever have a question or be like, we'll do that or let's do this. We're going to definitely have some one shots, and we got some more in there. We'll probably have that fun special forces thing across the worlds. We'll have Finding Thomas and what that looks like. We'll have the Zach Cas9 and the Shattered Realms. We might even have the biggest one towards the end, the full worlds combining Earth 1, Earth 2, and probably inadvertently Earth 3.
Hooray!
Let's go.
They're
We
just
don't
minding their own business,
Are they?
disconnected from everything else,
Or
and
are
then they're
they?
like, "Oh shit!"
Or are they?
Oh, sorry. We're disconnected from them,
Maybe.
but not the other way around.
Maybe.
That's gonna be awkward.
Maybe.
Maybe. And then
Maybe, baby.
I want to say thank you guys playing this all the way through. We'll still have fun things we'll do at times, but this has been awesome. We'll have fun stuff coming later, I'm sure. And I know Caroline probably wants to do like a little questionnaire thing later down the line. She mentioned it. I might put that together. It would just be like talking about moments we liked throughout the seasons, things about villains, things about battles, things about powers, the uniqueness of the session.
I was just gonna let you talk because I was like, when did I say that?
You talked about like a little questionnaire thing. Maybe we're thinking of different
Yeah,
things.
because there was a context to it, and you never say the context.
I think you just aren't putting together the context I already
I
put. Just saying.
really want to make sure I get a lot of these little nitty gritty details that I've been putting into the comic correct, and I want you guys to have just a little bit more touch and say into it. So I'm gonna have like a debrief questionnaire day where people can come in, and I have some questions set up for you guys about previous seasons of Super D&D, and it's gonna be like talk showy style.
Yeah,
It's
I feel
gonna
like
be pretty nice.
talk showy style. I would say you come with your guys' own questions as well. Things you want to ask me, because like it's also a point of like, hey, that lore thing that didn't quite get wrapped up, can you tell me about it?
Exactly.
And certain things
Yeah.
I'll probably be able to as well. Nobody will be like, I would love to have everybody there, but like, you know, I'm not gonna force anybody. We'll try to find a date that works for everybody on a different Wednesday down the line a little bit. I don't know if we'll record or stream that one because it's just kind of for us wrapping things up. But this was great, you guys. Any closing remarks from anybody?
I expect my 3-hour Thea
That will happen
backstory
too.
discretion.
I mean, that's
I have
happening in the
something to
one
say.
shot. Yeah,
Well, yes, but like
that will happen
I
too.
could know now.
Good. Let me just not do the one shot.
Wait, no, I want to do the one shot.
That
I
exactly.
wanna do the lore.
That's happening in the one shot. Anyway, Jonas, what were you saying?
Spoil it early.
Hippo.
Yeah, that's what I...
Ah!
Oh.
Syrian.
Oh, all of them.
We'll contact you.
Oh, copyrighted. Hold
Oh.
Jeffrey lifted a boat.
on. That sums up the
Jeffrey
entire
lifted
session.
a boat.
Is
Jeffrey
it
my
closing remarks,
goat.
right? Jeffrey.
Thank you for
uh,
dealing with 6 years of voodoo magic shit all around.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
The story may be over, but look forward to the comic of the retelling from the beginning.
Yeah.
boy.
Coming
All right,
out.
guys. Now it's time to start New Game Plus.
The comic will come out the same year the season 1 started.
Oh no.
2032.
How rude.
2032.
That's not that far off.
I'm gonna go over here and cry.
Thanks for playing,
If
you
anything,
guys.
that's when
Thanks
the
for
comic will
DMing,
end.
Colin.
Yeah. All right. And we're gonna be out
When?
See you.
right now.
What did we run out of?
We're out of toilet paper, and
Toilet
Jeffrey's
paper?
out of toothbrushes again.
Damn.
Jeffrey, you really gotta get a sturdier toothbrush.
I mean, to be fair, I do have the strength of like 10 men, at least.
At
You
least.
gotta get like a metal toothbrush.
Yeah, why don't you just make your own toothbrush?